Check, check, check. One, 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 two, 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 three, three, four, four, five, five. This is mic check. Ozone Pavilion. Check, check handheld, check handheld. One, one, two, two, two. Check handheld, check handheld. One, one, two, two, two. Check, 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 check. One, one, two, two. One, one, two, two.
Of the Montreal Pavilion, and wanted to think a little bit about why cooling is important, why today, why do we have to talk about it at COP, linking those different agendas together. And I think to kick us off and to maybe give us a little bit of a welcome remark, I wanted to ask Liazat Rabiosi to come from the Ozone Secretariat. She's a program officer. And Liazat, over to you. Oh, gonna go there.
Thank you so much, Juliana. Is it working now? Hello? Yes, thank you so much. So good morning, everyone, on this beautiful cooling day at COP28. Today is officially a cooling day. It's energy transition and cooling. As you know, we have many events lined up around cooling. As things are only heating up at the COP with the discussions reaching its peak, reflecting what's happening also with climate, we are here to discuss how to cool our planet more effectively, we as a cooling community. But first, I would like to say on behalf of the Ozone Secretariat, this has been an absolute pleasure and fun to collaborate together with all these partners to have this space at COP, at Climate COP. From the beginning, we've seen this collaboration as an opportunity to celebrate the contribution of the Montreal Protocol to climate action and making cooling, or as we like to call it under the Montreal Protocol, refrigeration and air conditioning sector, more sustainable, and raise awareness about it, and rise high the visibility and profile of our work. I also would like to say some greetings, to convey some greetings on behalf of Meg, who you probably have heard, unfortunately, had a family emergency and had to leave back to Kenya, but she wishes us a big success on this day and a lot of useful discussions and networking. So this space, perhaps a little small, but very cozy and inviting, and not only because of ice cream, but because of the spirit of collaboration and unity that we all represent here as partners. And this collaboration, this space, this pavilion is a result of more than a year discussion and effort that we've put together and having this space at COP28. Allow me also to congratulate all of us for significant strides that we achieved, made towards the dual goal of protecting the ozone layer and climate. As you all know very well, that under the Montreal Protocol, we are potentially to achieve 3 outcomes, important outcomes, due to our collective action taken under the Montreal Protocol. The ozone layer is on the way to recover. And thanks to the elimination and phase out of ozone depleting substances, so we have only a few years left to the complete phase out, we would avoid additional global warming of approximately between 0.5 to 1 degree Celsius. In addition, the Montreal Protocol also protected the ecosystems, terrestrial vegetation, oceans, which serve as sink. And by doing that, we've also avoided additional almost up to 1 degree Celsius of globally averaged surface warming. And now with the compliance with the Kigali Amendment, with its current schedule, it's estimated that we would avoid up to 0.5 degree of warming by the end of this century, potentially to be doubled with all the efforts on energy efficiency while phasing down HFCs. So these are results of our commitment and joint work. However, we must not become complacent. There is still a lot to be done, both under the Kigali Amendment, especially for climate. The global warming has already reached almost 1.2 degree Celsius above the pre-industrial levels. And the same reports, the same scientific evidence that I've taken from the quadrennial assessments of our 3 independent panels under the Montreal Protocol indicate that the global atmospheric abundances and emissions of most HFCs are increasing, and CO2 equivalent emissions of HFCs increased by 18% just between 2016 to 2020. So if we want to avoid potential irreversible damage, we need to cut these emissions very fast. And this is where I believe personally Kigali Amendment has a very strong role to play, make this contribution of not only mitigating climate change, but also making cooling, refrigeration, air conditioning sector, which is an adaptation tool, more sustainable. So I would like to wish us all big success and fun also, most importantly, at this event. And I think Stephanie, she has a video for us to show to celebrate our success. Oh, okay. Andrea? Yeah, please.
Yeah, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and to kick off this session about successful collaboration on sustainable cooling. My name is Jürgen Fischer and I'm from Danfoss. I'm the president of Danfoss Climate Solutions, and sustainability is at the heart of what we are doing at Danfoss. We are committed to CO2 neutrality in our own operations already by 2030. So Scope 1 or Scope 2, if you remember that one. We have signed up for science-based targeting and have validated the targets in line with the 1.5 degree trajectory. And we're also working with our customers and consequently also with our suppliers in decarbonizing their operations. From an industry perspective, let me give you 3 concrete examples where we are strongly involved as a company in decarbonization and protecting our climate. Number 1, the Montreal Protocol. It is probably one of the most successful examples of global collaboration and cooperation. It triggers tangible action. We have just heard from my pre-speaker on reduction of not only ODP but also HFCs and also other refrigerants on the way maybe to environmental savvy refrigerants in the future. Governance bodies such as the Technical and Economic Assess Panel and the Refrigeration Technical Options Committee support scientific and fact-based decision-making. This is very important because we hear a lot of rumors these days out there, and it's very important that we are not, as an industry, seen as lobbyists, and we are not seeing as an industry NGOs as on the other side. I think we have to be fact-based, and it's very important then to have the studies being executed so we can base our assumptions and our rules of the future on facts. Industry stakeholders have a voice to provide insights and into technical and economic feasibility. You can see that at the moment in Europe, where there is a lot going on and there's a big discussion on the phase down of refrigerants, and over the last 10, 20 years, I think we have achieved a lot, and industry is not an opponent to phasing down refrigerant global GWP. Another good example of multi-stakeholder cooperation and policy action on cooling is the Cool Coalition. The Global Cooling Pledge, led by the COP28 presidency, and the Stocktake report on cooling will be announced later today. The Cool Coalition did an excellent job in facilitating and promoting the pledge, and in supporting the work on the stock take report. Again, we are back to facts and numbers which are solid. The stock take report provides solid research and data for governments to make informed decisions about policies to drive sustainable cooling. Another example is the GFCCC, the Global Food Cold Chain Council, which demonstrates the power of concrete collaborative projects. Danfoss is a founding member of GFCCC since many years. We are involved in several initiatives, including data gathering in a number of African countries for fact-based decision-making and expansion of cold chain activities. It's also one of the main drivers behind the Cool Move initiative to be announced later today, this evening, I think at 6 o'clock, which will support the cold chain expansion in Africa. Join us at 6 o'clock. Is it here, Andrea? Yeah, this place. As Danfoss, we are directly involved in many activities with partners, for example, in Kenya and Rwanda, to support training of installers and work with smallholder farmers to reduce food loss and improve profitability with the development of new business models. That's a really important point, because Danfoss is in refrigeration since 90 years, and already in the 1940s, 50s, 60s in South America and Africa, we have educated people on cooling. It was not that sustainable at that point in time, to be fair, right? But training in technology is one of the most important things, because especially when we talk about leakage of refrigerants, most of the refrigerant is leaking not in air conditioning, but in refrigeration, and mostly because of incompetence of the user and the installer. And therefore, I mean, it's 30–40% of the emissions are caused by refrigerants, and it's a very steep curve between educated areas and non-educated areas. So it's absolutely important that we train the people in the areas where refrigeration is growing the most in the future. In summary, there are many examples of successful cooperation, and they all have a few critical success factors in common: transparent governance, fact-based, non-dogmatic decision-making, and a solid foundation on data. Thanks. I'll leave you with my thoughts and wish you a great discussion later today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. And thank you also, Liazat, for those warm welcoming words. I think one of the things that I'm picking up on is that we talked about multi-stakeholder collaboration. We just heard the voice around from industry. We heard about technology. Of course, there's other parts to this puzzle. We want to talk about a little bit more about policy later on today. We want to get into understanding how do they work together, what's the role of financing as well. So I think those are some of the different aspects that we really want to get into. And Liazat also said that we want to have fun, and I definitely want to have fun with you. Just to let you know, I've put some little toys out. They're there on the chair, and sometimes people need to have something in their hands just to think and talk a little bit better. So if you do want to use something and have something in your hand and play with it and fidget with it, be my friend. Please feel free to take one. Feel free to also put them back at the end of the session, because I also reuse, reduce, and recycle them. Just to let you know, my name is Julianne Neer. I will be your facilitator for this event, so you'll be hearing a little bit from me, and I'll be asking you to do a few things. One of the things that I wanted to do before we watch the video, the reason why we don't have any chairs in the middle is because we wanted to get a bit active and we wanted to move around a bit and kind of use our bodies a bit. So I am inviting you that we're going to kick off maybe with a bit of introductions and kind of getting to know each other. And to do that, can I ask you to just all get up first and stand on your 2 feet, exactly. Get a bit, you know, we can move if you can. And I wanted to do something with you, to take a stand, it's called. So if you imagine a line that goes from here out into the kind of middle of the corridor, maybe, we'll start to draw some people in as well. If you imagine a whole line, and on one end of the line, and Stephanie and Jessica, I'll probably need your help for this, I'm going to read out a couple of statements to you. And you have to position yourself on that line. There are 2 ends, 2 answers, 2 different ones that are Wait, if you come probably over here, so we'll do a line like this. Perfect. So we have a statement which is, how optimistic or pessimistic are you about your country's NDC? How optimistic or pessimistic are you about your country's NDC? If you're really optimistic about it and you're like, we're totally on track, I love our NDC, it's really ambitious, please feel free to go over there and join Stephanie. If you're not so optimistic and you think, well, we should be doing a little bit more, you can come over here to Jessica. So take your stand. How optimistic or pessimistic are you about your country's NDC? Yeah. Great. Okay. Maybe, and have a look around you. Who's next to you? Oh, there's quite a few pessimistic views here. Not quite so optimistic. There's a few people in the middle, maybe, who are kind of on either side. Maybe just turn to one another, turn to your neighbor and ask them, maybe just turn to your neighbor and just introduce yourself to your neighbor and ask them why they're there. Okay. I'm sorry. So I'm going to be... Hi. Shh. I'm really sorry. I'm going to be the one. I'm always going to be the one who's going to ask you to talk about something, and then I'm going to tell you, and now please stop. Sorry about that. I've got another one that I wanted to ask you. So this was just the first question. The second question is, how much do you know about sustainable cooling? And on one hand, we have, I'm a cooling I'm a cooling guru. Sorry, there it is. I'm a cooling guru. I know everything. You can come and ask me all your cooling questions. And on the other hand, I'm a cooling novice. I'm clueless. Tell me no more. Who's the...
You're saying for recording, we better go on that side?
Yeah, maybe. Okay, for the recording. So who's the... Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, all the gurus are coming this way now. Sorry. Yeah, like there's... So if you're in between, you're probably somewhere in here. Where are all the cooling gurus? I see. Okay. Halfway there. Maybe, and again, feel free. So many gurus, I know. Okay. There's also the kind of the novices, the cooling novices, who are the ones who are like, I don't know, tell me a bit more. And again, just going to ask you, you probably have a new neighbor next to you. If you turn to your neighbor, new person, say hello to them and tell them a bit more. Why are you a guru or a novice? Hi.
You have to be very flexible.
Okay. Hey, everyone. I'll ask for your... Can I get your attention back again? Hi. Sorry, I'm the one again. I'm asking you again to give me your attention. I've got another one that's coming, which is, how much do you know about the Montreal Protocol and the Kigali Amendment? So if you know them fully, I know them inside out, you can go over there. And this is the one with, I don't know anything, tell me more. Sorry, I'm clueless. And if you're clueless... Come and take a stand. Where are you? Okay. I can see there's a bigger contingency in the middle. Okay. Again, have a chat to your new...
Interesting to know the background of a group here. I'm a researcher, for example, so I'm looking more at the technology. They look like more close to policy making.
Ah, okay. We'll find out in a minute. Introduce yourselves to one another. I'll ask in a minute. Thank you. So introduce yourselves to one another again. Feel free to introduce yourselves to one another, but I can see you've stayed the same.
Yes, because effectively we
same.
consider that we know the system, we know each other, we are optimistic because we know that. We know the system. So it's normal that we are still...
We were just staying in one place, basically.
The progress are relatively and I know the discussions regarding energy efficiency even before the Kigali meeting. I remember a meeting in Kigali in 2016 where
Perfect. Okay. Okay, I love it. I think there's a lot of energy. Can I get your attention back again, please? Hi. All right. Oh, I can see I think there's a whole discussion. I like it that you're all getting into the discussions and you're really... you thought you knew each other and now you're getting to know each other really at a deeper level. Nice. We had a bit of a hypothesis. I think you asked me a question. Do you want to maybe say it to the group?
Yeah, I was just asking because I could see that there are some groups probably that have a similar background, meaning that I'm a researcher. My background is research and refrigeration. I'm sitting here and I could see that, for example, Ellen, I think you are, yeah? So, and then probably more people that have worked like more close to policies and so on, they know much about it. But we, as a researcher, much looking and focusing on the technology itself, we don't really know that much about it. We know, I mean, myself, from my perspective, I know about the big highlights. But the big ones, yeah. But I'm not sure if this is enough to know.
Can I just test that assumption? So would you consider yourself more in the policy space, or where do you think your alliances lies?
Well, of course, we are on the policy side, effectively, that's right, but taking into account the science. I mean, and one of the most important issues in the Montreal Protocol meetings, and it is the case also with the here in the regarding global warming, but in my opinion, it is less showed. We have in the Montreal Protocol also regularly each year some scientific presentations about the state of the art of the ozone layer, the state of the art of the technologies. There are regular reports on refrigeration technologies. When I mean refrigeration, including air conditioning, cryogenics, including heat pumps. And so we are effectively dealing with policy, but with a scientific background.
A little bit the gap that exists between research and policies. So probably it's like.
So there's sometimes the times when the spaces come together, as Didier said, but maybe that's also there is also still a gap between that you can see. So maybe. That's the gap, and there's a bit of space to be filled, I think. Okay, great, thank you. I'm going to give you one last statement, and just to position yourselves. And this last statement is, how much do you already collaborate with people in the room? And on one end, we're working together all the time. I know these people, these are my folks. And there you go. And on the other hand, you have, I'm totally new to this crowd. I don't know these people.
Do we have a section? We're going to increase a bit?
Oh, I like it. And again, just say hi to your neighbors if they are new to you, if you haven't worked with them yet. Perfect. Do you think I can get Mark better to get him in first? Is that yeah? Just because I was wondering if we talk about implementation first and then we come maybe to collaboration and get Mark to talk maybe a little bit more into that collaborative aspect. No. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Fine. Okay, cool. Is it okay that he starts with her? Is he alright to hang around for a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay, great.
Then we'll get someone else.
Okay, fine. Great. All right. Thank you, everyone. I can see there's a lot more appetite for a conversation. Can I get your attention back again, please? Hi. Thank you. Thanks. Now, I think you might know each other now. Do you have a feel for who's in the room and how much they know, if they are the sustainable cooling gurus or if, they are the ones that you can hit up around the Montreal Protocol? This was just a little bit of an exercise to warm us up, for you to get to know each other a little bit more, because we want to be talking more to one another. And I think I'll finish with the last topic. I think somebody said, where's the section? Where do I stand if I want to work more on collaboration? And I think this is one of the topics that we really want to speak into today. So we want to use this space to think a bit more, how do we actually drive collective action? How do we collaborate more for sustainable cooling, but also to implement the Kigali Amendment? So those are the kind of the two big themes that are on our agenda. And around cooling, I wanted to give you a bit of a lightning talk, a bit of an input now. So we've got Bridget with us today here. Hi. And no, you're all good. And I've heard that, Bridget, so you started working on the Montreal Protocol when it came into action and started doing some of the implementation, not necessarily at a national level, but much more at a local and at a city level. And so we were wondering, we talked a little bit about collaboration. We saw that there were some people who were collaborating a lot. There were others who were saying we want to drive collaboration more. And I wanted to ask you maybe to give us a bit of your story and how you started some of that collaboration at a city level or at a local level for the Montreal Protocol. And maybe it's a bit of I plant seeds often, so I'm going to plant a seed in your head, which is, and how do we bring some of those ideas and thoughts around collaboration, how could we bring them to the Kigali Amendment? So I'll leave you with that seed. Do you know what? I mean, we're kind of moving around, so wherever you want to stand, actually. You can also use the podium. You can do it from the podium.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Quite interactive and
I have to confess, I stumbled on this pavilion because we were looking at the ice cream booth yesterday. And then when I saw what it was, I told them the story. I'm from Austin, Texas. I'm a county commissioner there, and I'm also the board chair for ICLEI USA. Anybody know what ICLEI is? It's the oldest NGO that's been working with the UN climate process to kind of force greater inclusion of local governments. And I think finally this year we've seen some success at it. It stands for International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives. And they're in this building, I think around the corner, or on the second floor. They're on the second floor, thank you. ICLEI, yeah. Anyway, I got into this because of a scientist. So are any of you scientists? I just want to tell you how important your work is and your speaking out. Because I know there's been a lot of pressure against scientists speaking out under the previous administration, whose name I will not mention, like Lord Voldemort, he who must not be named, yeah. Anyway, it was in 1988, Dr. James Hansen, who at the time was the head of the Goddard Space Institute at NASA. Anybody know who Dr. James Hansen is? This is a quiz. Okay, you can raise your hand if you know who he is. I want to see in the room who all knows. Yeah, exactly. You'll get a Macron at the end. Anyway, he was the first scientist really in the U.S. who spoke out very publicly about greenhouse effect and climate change, and it changed my life. I'd been working as a journalist and a national press secretary for the old nuclear weapons freeze campaign. Anybody know what that is? This is how old I am. Anyway, I came to Texas in 1988 to fight climate change. And yes, I have all the scars to show for it. Texas is kind of a hard place to talk about it. But I was really inspired in, I think it was 1989, when the then mayor of Irvine, California, which was a high-tech hub, Larry Agran, passed a local ordinance in Irvine banning the use of ozone-depleting chemicals, banned the use of CFCs, particularly in the tech sector. And it was national news. Yeah, a little town in California, Irvine, California, passed a local ordinance banning the use of CFCs. Well, it was the same time we discovered the hole in the ozone layer, and he was paying attention and said, these chemicals are destroying the ozone layer, we're going to ban them. So they passed that law in Irvine, California, and it caused some shockwaves. It was a front page story in the New York Times or Wall Street Journal. And I read that story. I was in Austin, Texas, and I was part of a nationwide environmental organization called Clean Water Action. We had big chapters in Denver and Minneapolis and a lot of other cities around the country. So I coordinated a campaign among all our cities around the country to similarly pass a ban on ozone-depleting chemicals. And yeah, and it was it hadn't really been done at a local level, although Larry Agran was really advocating what he called municipal foreign policy, where you do things at the local level that can impact policy at the national and international level. And we passed those bans in Minneapolis, Denver, Austin, and I can't remember if there was another city in there. But it caused the industry to freak out because they'd been busy focusing on national legislation in Washington, and they hadn't been paying attention to what was happening in cities around the country. And they actually tried to get a preemption pass that would have prevented us from having more cities pass these kinds of ozone-depleting chemical bans. But we beat them at that as well. And it's really sort of like the little engine that could. Anybody know that childhood story? Is that a universal thing? Anyway, the little towns and villages and cities across the country were able to really have a huge impact on this issue by passing local ordinances. And Austin is a high-tech hub, and initially the microchip manufacturers were horrified, and they came running to the city council meetings saying, we don't know how to manufacture our chips without using these chemicals. You can't just ban them. We won't be able to make chips, and we'll have to leave your city, and lots of bad economic consequences, and the sky will fall. And we said, well, you guys are smart. Why are you telling us you can't do this? This is in 1989. Well, they say the same thing all the time. And so we just said, come on, don't you have really smart people? Aren't you resourceful? You're innovative, you're tech people. Why can't you come up with a better way to do this that doesn't destroy the ozone layer for the planet? And we sort of shamed them into it. And a couple years later, I got elected to the Austin City Council, and it was Motorola that was really doing a bunch of the Chicken Little stuff. And they invited me to come see their new manufacturing process where they were using water, and they had eliminated all their ozone-depleting chemicals, and they were very proud of it, as they should be. But that's part of what can be done when local activists and elected officials work with scientists and have the scientific and technical information, and then advocate for changes at the local level. Because what happened was the big chemical companies couldn't sell their products when there were these hopscotch bans on the use of those chemicals. And so they were pushing at the federal level to preempt local governments from doing this. And like I said, we defeated them at that as well. But that's part of the power of local government. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you. Can I ask you just a mini follow-up? What would be your advice for practitioners in the room or others who are working on the Kigali Amendment? What would be your advice to kind of, to them how to continue collaborating and think into implementation? What are some of the actions to kind of push forward?
I would definitely encourage you to set up briefings in your communities. A lot of people are just not aware. I'll give a brief example. There's a lot of home renovation happening in Austin. There's tons of people moving there. So they're tearing down older homes. They're basically just trashing window air conditioning units. And unless, like, the neighbors say, hey, that's a controlled substance, you have to follow rules and regulations to properly dispose of it, a lot of the construction companies just don't know about it. They're in a hurry. They're going to smash it and haul it away. So you could do briefings in your communities to educate the community. There's a lot of faith communities that are super active. In fact, the Interfaith Power and Light is active here at this COP. You could reach out to your church communities and say, hey, there's an issue here. I mean, the drawdown book is great. You know, it's the number one most impactful thing you can do is, stop leaking refrigerants, handle refrigerants more responsibly, and in this case, just educate them about Kigali and about alternatives to highly destructive refrigerants. But I would say brief your community. If you're in the Rotary, go and give a talk at the Rotary. If you're a member of a church, ask to give a briefing, after services sometime at your church. If you're a member of a PTA or a neighborhood association or anything like this, just brief people in your communities and let them know how dangerous this stuff is, and that there are requirements for very specific handling of the refrigerants. Because everybody, like in Texas anyway, your air conditioner breaks down, you call the repair people, they recharge your air conditioner, which means it's leaking. So I educate people just about that. Grill your service people, make sure they're fixing the leak, and if they're replacing the refrigerant, that they're properly disposing of whatever it is they remove. So I would just say, start at the local level, and then any other venue you have for educating people about it, because really there's not much known about it. So you can make a huge difference just by briefing people on it.
Thank you so much, Bridget. Thank you very much Thanks for sharing the story. And I think it reminds me also of a conversation I had with Ellen earlier, where we talked about consumers and local communities being actually also one of the really important stakeholder groups that we're not talking about at the moment. We talked about, industry, we talked about technology and training technicians, we heard about policy, finance is a big aspect, but of course communities and local consumers as well. I wanted to turn to you and just hear from you, ask you again to get into kind of smaller group and just have a conversation on what do you think are some of the drivers for implementation, but also for collaboration? What are some of the kind of top enablers that would help more collaboration or kind of more collaborative action around sustainable cooling and around implementing the Kigali Amendment? So I'm going to give you maybe 10 minutes just to get into small groups, have a conversation about it, and I'll come around and give you also 3 post-it notes. So if you put your top 2-3 responses on a post-it note, I'll collect them later and we'll cluster them up a little bit. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Speaker on finance. Should I remove it?
Without that, India will never. So, I don't totally agree. I mean, it's
I can see I can connect with those people. And Debbie,
How can I introduce you? Sorry, I only know you as Mark. That's the only thing that I know.
Just say I'm the CEO of an organization called Atmosphere.
Okay, perfect.
Working with natural refrigerants.
Yeah, no.
Are you? It's R22. I don't know if you want it.
No, we don't want it.
Yeah.
Switch off.
Oh, maybe this one is probably not R22. It's probably 410A. Ooh. Is this recording right now? Is this live? It's live. Okay. Okay. Hello, whoever's watching online, thank you for being patient. All right, let's go back. This slide deck will be shared. So, hello. Thank you for attending this session on natural refrigerants and an update on what's going on around the world or in certain markets and certain applications, because it's impossible to cover everything. So this is just an update with some new data that hasn't been presented yet, so hopefully it will be exciting. Atmosphere. We're a global market accelerator on a mission to clean up cooling and heating with natural refrigerants, and have been on that mission for 20 years now. We do a number of things, which I won't go into right now, but obviously part of our work is working with regulatory authorities and bodies and making sure that they are the best informed possible when it comes to trends and technologies and alternative solutions to HFCs and HFOs. Today's a cooling day. Ho-ho, it's a big deal. It's the first time ever that cooling has been on the radar at such a level at the COP. So it's exciting, that's why we're here. And cooling is everywhere. It's literally everywhere. We use coolants, refrigerants that power these cooling systems and heating systems every day, all day long, everywhere. And there are billions and billions and billions of them, and they're all leaking. They're all leaking. Just imagine, billions and billions of systems leaking all day long. That's a problem. That's why we have global warming. And that's why we have the ozone hole. Or had the ozone, well, we still have it. But so, there's a problem. We need to solve it. And the good news here is that there are alternative solutions that won't create global warming, won't create ozone depletion, and won't create PFAS pollution either. And they're called natural refrigerants. And I think here we put on the table on the left-hand side, we think that it's important that we don't just look at 100-year GWP, but also 20-year, because that reflects actual reality, and we're in a climate crisis, whether we like it or not. And 20 years is a much better reflection of the power of some of these refrigerants when they leak into the atmosphere. And when you apply the 20-year GWP horizon, which is now being looked at by the UNFCCC for their AR6, by the EU for their F-gas regulation, by the state of New York, and other regulatory authorities around the world, suddenly low GWP, what was claimed low, is no longer low. I'll take an example of R32, which is a common refrigerant used in air conditioning. It's been claimed that it's low because it's around 650, but now with the latest data, it's actually 771 according to UN scientists. But if you apply the 20-year horizon, it's over 2,500. That's not low. Nowhere close to being low. So for us, that's obviously an issue. And the good news here is that the only ones that stay low are the naturals. To a great extent. There are a few other HFOs in there. Why is this not working? Okay, yeah. So, and importantly, the last one, are they PFAS, yes or no? So, look at that. The only refrigerants that are ultra low in 20-year and PFAS free are natural. That's a big deal. That's something that people really need to consider when they're going to spend a lot of money putting in new systems with new refrigerants. All right, EU policy update. The big news here is that there's an F-gas regulation that's now been amended, and it's introduced a few things. It will become official after Christmas. The text is basically there, and there's a few interesting elements that I want to highlight. One, that mandatory training and certification for natural refrigerants now applies. So in Europe, it will become compulsory to train for natural refrigerants and to certify natural refrigerants. That's a huge deal. Up until now, it was voluntary. With the F-gas regulation, it will become compulsory to also train for natural refrigerants, which is going to really help with the training gap that still exists. There's also going to be a link to PFAS. And there's going to be further work on mobile or transport applications in the future. So this is also opening up the way for innovations in transport refrigeration and mobile air conditioning that are coming to the market. I won't repeat this, but basically the EU is getting more ambitious and going beyond what it had proposed already, or what's already the case under the Kigali Amendment of the Montreal Protocol. So it's going further, more ambitious. And there are specific sectoral bans, and Last F-gas regulation was really just about commercial refrigeration. This version, this iteration, has introduced a number of other bans beyond refrigeration for chillers and for heat pumps and split AC. So this is a huge deal too. Some of us would have liked to have earlier dates, but the point is that there are bans there and they're coming, which is a signal to the market that you need to move and introduce alternatives. And that's also very exciting. So the F-gas is now looking at more application areas, being more ambitious on a phase down and introducing more bans. So this will create massive innovation in Europe, which then a lot of the European players will bring these technologies globally. Next thing, the thing that scares the most, or not that scares, the thing that has most of people's attention. I think I'm tired. I can't think straight. The attention of most people in this industry in Europe is actually not F-gas regulation. It's the PFAS, right? And this is effectively a process that's in play right now, and it will come to. It's expected that this regulation will be live sometime in 2026, with first bans coming into 2027. Correct, Thomas? Yeah. So that's the time frame we're looking at. So we're still a few years out, but it's a signal. It means that there will be bans now for HFOs, the new refrigerants that were introduced just a few years ago and still being introduced now as the perfect solution. Well, actually, they're not. And they're going to get banned because they're having they're causing another environmental problem. And the regulators in Europe have spotted that, and they're going to do something about it, which then means that the market for Europe will switch even faster. So this is a big deal, and this will be done. There will be bans with specific dates depending on applications. So not every application area will have the same deadlines. And if there are credible alternatives that are known to authorities and experts that replace HFOs, then the ban will happen earlier rather than later, simply put. And the good news here is that the TAP, or the UN Montreal Protocol, as of last month, is starting to pay attention to this issue. They're starting to say, okay, the Europeans are doing something here. We need to kind of study this a bit more, because there seems to be some disagreement as to whether refrigerants are PFAS or not. In Europe, they're 50% of the source. So they're the biggest problem, actually. In the US, there seemed to be a disagreement there, but maybe that will change with time. So this means that now the scientists are going to start studying this at the TAP level, and they're going to start obviously working on this and informing parties of the Montreal Protocol over the coming years about PFAS. Could we see a PFAS amendment to the Montreal Protocol, like we had a Kigali amendment? Anyone want to bet money on that? So, maybe that will happen in 10 years' time. So, so this is a big deal. Now, another thing that's happening at the European level is the EU CSRD, the Corporate Sustainable Responsibility Directive, that's been adopted, that is going to now require companies, European and big entities that come from outside Europe, also operating in Europe, to report on their corporate sustainable responsibility, social responsibility. So there's a number of things that they're going to be integrating into that, but that is going to create more pressure on entities in our industry to report on what they're doing in terms of environmental practice. So this is an additional lever beyond PFAS and F-gas that's going to influence our industry. And it's going to be really used by investors, green investors, as a way to filter out the good companies that have a future from the ones that don't. So this is something important, we think. And there are other regulations that are being discussed, but this European one, the CSRD, is again a leader globally. The others will follow. US, basically the AIM Act, the most important thing is the technology transition. So just a few months ago, I think in September, there was a technology transition rule that was adopted. What that is basically bans. They just can't call it bans for political reasons, but it's basically bans. And you've got GWPs and deadlines, dates, for a variety of different applications. So this is also a signal that the US market is moving also towards lower GWP solutions. So we think that's a good thing. It's a step in the right direction. this is when I asked for my colleague to take a picture. Thomas. So we just are announcing today, actually, today, our new annual report. This is the first time that we're presenting this anywhere, so really excited. So this is an annual report that we share about some market developments in different regions. Our intention is over time to expand that to many regions around the world, not just Europe, North America and Japan, but next year we'll introduce Latin America and Australia. And then I think later on we'll be able to add Africa, Southeast Asia and Middle East. So then we can really cover everything, or near enough. So we do intend to do that on a global level, to share that, update that annually, and to cover not only refrigeration, but also other application areas. So this is something that we intend to do on an annual basis, to make this really the annual document that we share with everyone. It's free to download and use, and we think that helps elevate the knowledge around the world. So here are a few numbers. Transcritical CO2, which is the thing that excites a lot of people in the natural refrigerants world, because ammonia and industrial refrigeration has been around for a long time, so there's not much you can talk about, apart from that it's going low charge and going into new application areas. But this CO2 is really starting to make headways, and the European market is a big deal. I mean, the market penetration in Europe now is over 20%. That's overall, when we have nearly 300,000 installations in Europe. If you talk about new installations, new builds, it's 90% already in Europe. So 90% of new stores in Europe are going natural today. 90%. It's a big deal. All right, so it's business as usual now. And we expect that to spread out, because a lot of the innovators that are in Europe are bringing this to other markets. And the US is seen as an obvious market to go for. And we're starting to see the US now. I mean, but the numbers are ridiculously low still, okay? We're in the peanuts, right? But that's what Europe was 10, 15 years ago. And now in Europe, we've got over 70,000 installations. So it does go up quickly. In Japan, we're at nearly 9,000 installations across convenience stores, which has been the main focus area. So for these smaller condensing units that are supplied by leaders like Panasonic. But also now we're starting to see movement in supermarkets and, interestingly, industrial sites to move away from R22 and to compete actually with ammonia systems. Okay, so that's what we're starting to see in Japan. So you can see this kind of hockey stick. This is data up until 2023. We obviously have data into 2020, 2030 and beyond, but that's data obviously that we can't share in a free report. I apologize in advance. So we do have projections of where we see the markets growing, and all I can say is that we expect this to continue growing in the future. And Europe has really taken off, and we expect that to be the same situation in the US. When you talk to US retailers, obviously they want better technologies, better CO2 technologies to come, and they're shopping around Europe for those solutions, and the expectation is that this will scale up quite quickly in the US as well, probably even faster than Europe. Hydrocarbons. So cabinets, they're also growing. We're now over 3 million in Europe alone. It's a lot, and it's going to continue to grow. We're also starting to capture chillers, hydrocarbon chillers. So there's some installations, some sites. We're close to around 5,000, but we expect that number to be actually higher, and we'll start tracking that on an annual basis. So this is the first time that we're sharing that, and obviously how we collect that is through discussions with regulators, with end users buying these technologies, and obviously the manufacturers, and we cross-reference everything and our own secondary research. Heat pumps. This is the market that's exciting everyone for natural refrigerants, because they're all going propane. Basically, it's done. Domestic heat pumps have gone propane. There was a big show earlier this year, ISH in Frankfurt. We attended it. We found 50 different manufacturers with propane domestic hot water heat pumps in Europe today, manufacturing. 50 different manufacturers already now in 2023. And the expectation is manufacturing will ramp up in 24, 25, and the expectation is for that to become a dominant solution for heat pumps, domestic heat pumps in Europe, to help meet the F-gas targets, but also the repower targets, which is another policy measure at the EU level. Low charge ammonia is there, and it's growing, and we expect that to grow further, and we see interesting opportunities for ammonia in new applications. Why can't we have low charge ammonia in commercial HVAC? Why? It's a no-brainer from a technical point of view. So, US. The US CO2 numbers, and there's just a few more slides. The US numbers, you can see the main focus is on stores, but we're also starting to see industrial sites, and we expect the industrial sites to take off when it comes to CO2. Actually, more opportunity with CO2 industrial than there is in retail going forward. Europe and America. So this is going to be very exciting development in the future. These are numbers to kind of look at US and Canada. Apologies to Mexico. We are going to track that as of next year. But we recently did an event in Mexico just a few weeks ago, actually, and there we were able to get some provisional data from how many CO2 sites there are in Latin America region, including Mexico. Any guesses from anyone? If anyone's still listening, I hope you are. How many guesses? How many CO2 systems, installations, industrial, commercial, are there in Latin America today? 1, 5, 50, 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000? Anyone want to guess? 500. Well said. You get a prize, Claire. So 500 in Latin America already today. US has 2,000. So just think about that. There's expectation Latin America could be a very exciting market, and they're looking to the Europeans for technology, mostly. So this will be an interesting development. So, hydrocarbon cabinets, we're under 1 million, so Europe's over 3 million, so it's already 4 million just in those two markets. This business as usual. Low charge ammonia also growing. So we see developments in all sorts of areas, and we're qualifying that from the experts actually selling the equipment in these markets. Voila, thank you very much. I tried to be as quick as possible. Thank you. And I guess we've run out of time now, so no questions. And no nasty questions, okay? Where are you? Where is Kevin? So no tough questions, please. Thank you for listening and being present. Thank you. I appreciate that.
We are sorry, we are waiting the time because some people said that they will come to the side event, and they are not yet here. So we will start in a few minutes. Yes, I know. Okay, so thank you to be at our side event. It's a difficult side event on this COP because difficult to know where is it. So we will present you the life management of fluorinated gases, why to reclaim and why to recover at the beginning and why to reclaim. And my colleague Delphine Martin joined me to this presentation. So she will present you the Climalife company, because it's a side event from Climalife in a short time.
Yes, it's okay. Good afternoon. So I am Delphine. I am the Global Marketing Manager at Climalife. And I work in a refrigeration business more than 22 years now. I am in charge about the development of very low GWP refrigerants. And today I would like just to introduce Climalife, just to give you a brief overview of our company. So today it's clear that Climalife is positioning on the market as the expert of eco-efficient solution to service the industry. Climalife is a strong brand of the Dawn Group, and the Dawn Group is in fact a family business formed in 1874. So next year we'll celebrate the 150 years of the Dawn Group. That is a key player in performance chemistry. So our ambition is to provide first quality solution while driving innovation by reducing our carbon footprint. So we are 4 main brands of the Dawn Group. So Climalife, it's clear that we distribute products and services for refrigeration, air conditioning, heating, but not only, we have also fine chemical products like SF6, insulation product, extinguishing agent, and etc. And the other activities, they are focused in other markets. The first one, so SMB Auto, is focused about automotive market and particularly refrigerant, but also coolant and heat transfer fluids. Concerning Matelex, Matelex is a connected solution dedicated to the leak detection and also energy management for all the refrigeration system. We have another brand, it's Inventec, and Inventec in fact offer innovative solution for soldering, coating, but also cleaning for high-tech industries. So today, as I mentioned, Climalife is the expert in eco-efficient solution. And our business expertise is recognized in many applications. As I mentioned before, refrigeration, air conditioning, and we distribute all type of refrigerant. So CO2, ammonia, hydrocarbons, and also HFO, the new generation at very low GWP. So we distribute our product everywhere in the world. And we have we have 15 subsidiaries and more than 40 distributors in the world. Just to have an idea, our turnover is 170 million in 2022, and we have more than 300 people engaged to service our 12,000 customers. Sorry. So today, our focus is more about circular economy. So we were the pioneer in responsible refrigeration since 1989, with the introduction, in fact, of the recovery of refrigerants. And we were the first to put on the market recovery cylinders. It was in the French market, and to educate also the professional in the HVAC sector, why it was important to collect used refrigerants. And in 1993, our initiative has led to the signing of a voluntary commitment with the French government. And it's clear that year after year, we have developed a lot of services around recovery and reclaim product. And like gas analysis, but also we have a specific technical department to assist the professional to do the right choice of the refrigerant, particularly. In 2008, yes, we introduced on the market the valorization of refrigerants, but not only, we propose also these services for Alon and also SF6. And it's very important, particularly for the F6s, when you know the GWP is very high. Our target is to always to anticipate, of course, the regulation and to reuse the reclaimed gases to maintain existing equipment. So the concept of the circular economy is the very essence of our brand. You imagine ClimaLife, it's a climate and life. And today, just to have an overview, but 75% of fluorinated greenhouse gases waste is recovered. And more than 30 million ton equivalent CO2 avoided by our action in Europe. But we distribute also other products like heat transfer fluids, and our target is also to reduce energy fossil source. And for example, we replace in our heat transfer fluids by biosource product. So we invest a lot. We invest around 10% of our turnover. So now Laurent will explain you why you have to recover the refrigerants. It's not working, apparently.
Thank you, Delphine. So why you have to recover? It's a strange question today. It's a strange. Please. It's working? Okay. So it's a strange question today because everybody knows why it's very important to recover. But I'm working on the life management of fluorinated gases since a long time. And a lot of countries don't know how to do. To give you some figure about the needs for recover, today the existing banks of refrigerant of ODS and HFCs in the world, it's around 15 gigaton equivalent CO2. So it's not a few quantity, it's a big quantity. And the sources of the waste of refrigerant, of the HFCs, of ODS, are not only on the Article 5 country, it's also on non-Article 5 country. And curiously, we imagine that all these products are focused on the Article 5 country. No, it's wrong. It's also on the developed country. And it's very important to increase the recovery for this, because it's still HCFCs, it's still HFCs in the existing equipment. And for HFCs, it's true that it's on the Article 5 country. To give you some figure about where are the product, it's these files come from the GIZ studies with 3 gases, 134A, 44A, and 47C. You can see on the forecast that there is a lot of quantity to be dismantling in the future, but today it's more or less 50-50 in Article 5 or non-Article 5 country. So why to recover? Where are the sources? Those sources are in the existing equipment when dismantling, when retrofitting, but we forget how often this one is still gases in the cylinder, and especially in the disposable. It's more or less 5% of the quantity in each disposable. And in a lot of countries, there is no process to recover the disposable. And that's one of the big sources of the waste of refrigerant. But there is also existing stock with, on the country where they are already recover ODS product, for example, but they have no solution for treatment yet. So we have to help them to treat and to recover. They stock some disposables, they stock some cylinders, big cylinders of CFCs, for example. The challenge, it's complex because depending on the country, you can have some different type of application, but you have the issue about the shipment. For example, here it's more or less easy about the shipment, but for West Africa, for example, it's more difficult to take back the product. And logistics is very important. The management of the recovery gases and traceability, it's also an issue because we have not a real data on the recovery product today. And to make some process, it's very important to have some data. So there is fund for the declaration for the country about the moral protocol to do the data, but it's not already down everywhere. Why do you have to reclaim? We have to reclaim because HFCs continue to be used in a lot of countries. Because in Article 5 country, the end is 2040. And in 2000, it's true that in 2030 there is a very few quantity to introduce on the market, but it continues. And existing equipment for the end user, they cannot change immediately the product. So we have to reclaim it for services and maintenance. And about Kigali Amendment, it just entered in France next year for the first group of Article 5 country. So HFCs with high GWP will continue long time. So you have to recover because the lifetime of the equipment is 10 to 30 years. You have to reclaim because each kilograms recycle or reclaim, it's the same quantity, not produce or not import. So it's a direct impact for, on the environment. And you avoid emission because you reclaim. To reclaim the product, it has been recovered, so it's not in the atmosphere. And avoid CO2 also with the shipment, the logistic, to import the product. Because there is the product, HFCs are product majority in Asia, in US, not really in the Article 5 country. So they have to import, and there is some CO2 emission in the for the logistic. So it's very important to reclaim because it's immediately reduction on it. And reclamation, it's less energy consumption than destruction, and it's less energy consumption than production. So it's a triple win. But recycling or reclaim are good practice. You reuse the product, so you avoid production or importation. But a lot of people don't know exactly what's the difference on recycling and reclaim. Recycling, it's a simple cleaning of the product without analyze, without information about the product. So there is some risk because you can add some other impurity on the product with the process for recycling. Reclamation, you have an analysis of the product. You know exactly what are the components. You know exactly the performance. You know exactly all the component acidity. There is no non-condensable. There is no oil. There is no moisture. So you know exactly what's happened if you reuse it like a virgin product without risk, and also with the warranty from the OEM manufacturer. So it's very important to have it. It's possible to reclaim the mono substances product like 134A, for example, like R22, but it's also possible to reclaim blends. I'm often on the MOP conferences, on the OWG conferences, and a lot of people say that it's not possible to reclaim the blends. It's wrong. We do it since 2008. There is no problem to reclaim the blend. You have to be a good practice for recover, but it's possible to reclaim all the blends without hard components. Today, our experience, it's around 80% of the blends could be reclaimed. Depend on the regulation, of course, but it's possible to do it immediately. So there is three type of blend: HCFCs for country it's possible to reuse in existing equipment, HFCs and HFCs HFOs. And it's not a problem, HFCs HFOs also. I heard often 4.4a is not possible to reclaim, there is 3 components. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. But you have to, there is some key to arrive to reclaim this one. Sure, education is the key, the first key, because you have to recover and you have to explain the good practice. But you have to recover with selective collection. It's very important. If you mix the product, it's more difficult to reclaim the waste. So you have to give some packaging to the contractors for the collection. If there is some mixture in the packaging, you will have some issue for the reclamation. You have to have a lab to know exactly the composition of the blend, the composition of the waste. It's very important. And you have also a good equipment for the reclamation and the authorization facility. What's happened when there is a mixture in the recycling product or on the waste? I take an example with 4.4a. There is a lot of risk of performance because depend of the impurity. I speak about impurity, but not only acidity, not only moisture, not only scraps, etc. You can have in the cylinder some other refrigerant, and there is an impact on the waste. You could have better efficiency, better frigorific capacity, but it's possible also that you have more energy consumption with this. And it's possible also that you have you affect the flammability of the product. And your equipment, if you have equipment with non-flammable product, it's not possible to use flammable product inside. It's a risk. It's a risk for the equipment. It's a risk also for the people. So we made some study with French university to have some figures about the impurity, and we saw that there is a lot of loose performance with a lot of substances, and often it's always with an increasing of the energy consumption. So I explained that there is issue with the blend. So with the well, no, not with the blend, but with the mixture. But with the new refrigerant, there is more and more substances. There is more and more refrigerant, so-called natural, so synthetic, etc. And it will be difficult in the future to have a selective collection for if you have all the type of refrigerant. It's not possible for the contractor to have the 10 bottles. It will be difficult. But there is some solution. But if you mixed, you increase the impurity of the waste, and you create involuntary azerotropic mixture. 2, 3 quaternary azerotropic substance. So it's more difficult to to reclaim it. But so we continue our knowledge. We increase and upgrade. Our technology. We are working with European Research Center to find other solution and to find solution to treat all the waste and reduce the ultimate waste, because we want to have a circular economy and we want to reduce the energy consumption also, because as you know, to destroy the refrigerant HFCs, HCFCs, CFCs, you have to burn them 1,100 degrees with a post-combustion of 2 seconds. So you need a lot of energy. So if you arrive to reduce the quantity for destruction, you win for environment. So we find some solution on the reclamation. So we was helped with the French funds Plan de Relance and also with the European fund, Life Fund, to create a new system. And today we arrive to separate the molecule of 80% of the ultimate waste. So 80% could be reclaimed, and on the 20% of the ultimate waste, now we arrive to separate the molecule of 80%. So it's a good progress. And we arrive this with ARI standards. On the flow in, you have mixture. On the flow out, you have substance. And you can reuse the substance on the second life. It's possible. It's existing. It's possible for all the type of refrigerant. Flammable, not flammable, with impurity of HFCs, with impurity of CO2, with impurity of CFCs, HCFCs, because we are focused in Europe in HFCs and HFOs, but if it could be, it's working also for if we want to extract HCFCs for some countries, it's possible. We continue also because there is not only HFCs and fluorinated gases only on the refrigerant installation. It's existing also for medical application, for aerosol for medical application, like Ventolin. I don't know if you see what I said. And medical process is very, very strict. They have a lot of waste, please. They have a lot of waste of production. And in the past, the waste of MDIs are crushed, only crushed, and the gas goes to the atmosphere. So we create a system to crush in a hermetical area to recover the gas and separate the medical substance to the gas to reuse it. And my colleagues speak about SFCs just before at the introduction. I know that SFCs is not on the Montreal Protocol, but you know the GWP of SF6? In 25,000 in IR6, but it's not so bad. Depends. It's 22,800 in the IR4, and in the IR6 it's 25,000. So it's big. But SF6 is essential for electrical switch guards. So it's important to reclaim the SFCs. I know that the end user don't want today to use reclaim SFCs because they don't know exactly, they are not confident about reclaimed product. But the reclaimed product could be on the IEC standards. It's not a problem. It's working. It's possible. But it have to be recovered. I know that in the cellular of SFC, it's a few quantity. Often it's a very small quantity to be recovered. It's a very big job to recover SFCs. But with the JWP, it's very important. And as Delphine said you at the introduction, we want to increase, and the circular economy is it's on the ADN of ClimaLife. We produce the alternative on the high voltage switch guard, the G cube. But we produce the G cube and we work to reclaim also the G cube. We know that it's not possible today to reclaim it because the lifetime of the switch guard is minimum 30 years. So we will not recover it soon. But we have to be ready. I'm lucky with on this company because they give me time to give the good voice, to explain the good practice. We want to learn and to help the contractors, to help the end user, to help the country to build, to enter in force their regulation. Because it's not enough to have a regulation if you have no control, but if you have no process, if you have no information to the contractors how to do. For example, here in Harbeck, there is a regulation. It's on the newspaper that there is a regulation. It's mandatory to recover and the treatment. But the contractor don't know how to do. They don't know where send the waste. So it's very important to give them some information. That's why at the beginning I say education is very, very, very important. It's the key. So we are able to follow you and to explain you, to share our knowledge on it. And that's why I say I'm lucky with this company, because they give me time to do, give to Delphine time to do also, and my colleague. And as we are present more or less in 3 continents, we can work directly in the site. We work with different alliances like COPA. We are member of COPA. We are working with our other company where they recover the product, but we help them to increase the level of product, because often it's simple recycling, and we are lucky when it's recycling. So we are help them to do. So we have some solution, and we could manage all the projects to recover, because sometimes there is some sources, and we have some solution to help you to go to and to take the lead about the collection and the treatment. Delphine, I give you the floor.
You can't hear me? Yeah, now it's good. Thank you. So it's clear that for us it's very important to help the professional to reduce their carbon footprint. And for that, so we have a dedicated team at ClimaLife, and we propose also on-site refrigerant recovery service. So the professional can save, it's clear, valuable time, but they can also reduce the waste and also reduce the CO2 emission. And in parallel, we can fulfill also all the regulatory requirements. And this is very important, because all the professionals are not informed about this regulation. So we need to help them to do it. And when we are doing a recovery on site, it's clear that we take charge of the entire intervention with our qualified technician, but also we take care for all the administrative aspects. Because this is also very important. When you manage waste, you have also an administrative part, and it's not easy. But we are the specialists, and we can support the professional for that. So in fact, we manage the recovery, but also the treatment of refrigerant, but not only, as Laurent mentioned, we manage also the SF6, but also the halon, for example, for fire protection. We have a lot of halon today, and we can manage it.
I forgot to say something before that. On this slide, you can see that we can take the lead to help you, but we also take some partner with the UNFCCC standards or European standards to be sure that the treatment could be on the good practice. Sometimes we can do it ourselves, sometimes we can find some partner, and we control the partner, we check, and we audit the control regularly with our local colleagues. Yes. Okay. Now it's running. So I forgot to explain to you and say you that when we take the lead about the treatment, the collection, the recovery, etc., sometimes we are able to trade ourselves or destroy or reclaim, and sometimes it's not. It's easier to do it locally, and we have some partner. We find some partner to make the collection, the treatment in the UNFCCC standards and the European standards to be sure that there is no emission on the atmosphere. It's very important also because we can see sometimes that people want to destroy in the I forgot always forgot the name cimenterie. Not end of life disposal. The skin. Cimenterie. In cimenterie. Cementeras. So they want to destroy it in and they have not the post-combustion to destroy. Cement silos. Thank you. And they have not the post-combustion, so they put it in the atmosphere. So we want to use the UNFCCC standard. We want to use the European standard also to be sure that there is no emission on the treatment. Excuse me, Delphine.
No, but it's important. Yes, thank you. And as I mentioned, so we manage the recovery, and to do that, it's clear that we have the high-speed recovery equipment to help industries, and we can also fill and remove also other product, other technical fluids like heat transfer fluids, and also to clean the thermal system. We have a dedicated team for that. But before to do an intervention on the site, in fact, the first things we need to do an audit, because it's important to check all the elements, the nature of the product, but also the accessibility of the site, and also the risk analysis. And this is important. And after the intervention, we can help you also to manage the waste. And the waste, I mentioned, it's administrative part, but it's also a cylinder for recovery, and also to do the analysis of your product. And it's clear that if the product is okay, yes, okay. If the product is correct, so we can recycle, we can reclaim it. But if it's not possible, unfortunately, for this moment, so we manage the destruction of the product. But in the future, it will be different. Because you have a mix, for example, in the cylinder, and we collect the product, and when we do the analysis, we discover that you have a mix of product. For example, they can mix 134A and 44A and etc. So for this moment, when they mix in the bottle, it's not possible to do something. But in the future, we will do it. We will do the separation of the molecule. And for that, we invest about that. It's a new technology. And very soon we will open our circular economy hub. It will be based in France, but it will be for Europe first, but also for everywhere in the world, because we can manage all the things, and after we'll transport also the waste. Okay, we have the qualification and we have the knowledge for that. We are doing it a lot in Europe for this moment, and it's clear more and more we assist the professional outside of Europe with our experience. And so it's clear that you have a lot of advantage because we can help and we can manage for you if you have an issue. And first, also at the beginning, as Laurent mentioned, the most important things is the education. And it's what we did during many years. And today it's clear that we propose a global offer for fluorinated gases, waste management. So we can collect, we can recover, we can reclaim, we can destroy for all the type of product, from 1 kg to several tons. We know. And we have a dedicated team who will take charge of the project from A to Z.
Also disposable. Inerting also disposable.
It's clear because in many countries for this moment, unfortunately, we don't manage the disposable. And inside of the disposable, we know that we have product. And when they destroy the disposable, unfortunately, we have emission.
One key for recovering is to forbidden the disposable everywhere. It's okay? If you have no disposable, if you have refillable cylinders, it's the same job to send back empty bottles, a full bottle with waste. So if you forbidden the disposable, you help your contractors to have the good practice.
Yes, so now you understand that Climalife has more than 20 years experience in waste management. Do not forget that we were the first on the market to put and to collect the refrigerants. But it was in 1889 in France. And we did it because we anticipate and our, I will say, shareholder was very conscious about what's happening about the environment. And so they anticipate, in fact, the regulation, and they were the first to educate the people to collect the refrigerants. And today, yes, you want to add?
We never put a product in the market without know how to treat the hand of life or the other reclamation. As explained with the example of the G-Cube alternative for SFCs, we put on the market as G-Cube now, and we work to reclaim G-Cube. So we don't want to put something on the market without knowing information, know how to do for the end of life or the reclamation, the circular economy.
And it's clear, it's key. And just to summarize, so Climalife is very proactive to accelerate also the transition to a circular economy. So we have different services. First one is, of course, the product. So today we put on the market reclaim product, but not only, because we distribute over range of products for thermodynamic system like heat transfer fluids. And heat transfer fluids for us, most of them are using today fossil source. But we introduce more and more in our formulation biosource product to reduce the impact of environment. And we have exactly the same approach for all the range of products that we offer to our client today. And this is very key. And we take care also about the leak detection. Leak detection is very key for the future if we can reduce also the emission. And for that, so we have a dedicated brand. It's Matelex, who is a specialist of to connect. It's a connected tools to reduce the leak detection and also to manage the energy of the refrigerant system. You want to know more? In fact, you can if you want, as you want.
No. Just want to say that the new challenge, the challenge for our activity, as I explained this morning, the challenge today is to reduce the leaks of the equipment. We know how to make some ammonia system without leaks. We don't do any equipment with natural refrigerant or synthetic refrigerant without leaks. It's not normal. If we arrive to reduce the leaks of each equipment, we don't speak about the refrigerant. We stop to speak about the refrigerant. We speak about energy consumption only. If you have some leaks, you increase your energy consumption. If you have bad maintenance on services, you increase the energy consumption. 1 degree less or on the evaporator or 1 degree more on the condenser, it's 5% of energy consumption more. We will speak about it on the future side event on Sunday. No, Sunday. We have a specific side event on this, but we are it's not the subject exactly of this side event, but we are open to discuss with you just after.
Yes, and just to continue to summarize, so we have product, of course, but we have also, you understand, waste recovery and treatment services. So we can collect, recover, but we can also dismantle some site. We are equipped for that, and we manage waste treatment. But the most important thing is also all the support that we give to our client. And the support today, for example, and to be more the, I will say the topics of Sunday site event, but it's clear that today we have different tools to select the right refrigerant. Because when you choose a refrigerant, of course you have different type of refrigerant, synthetic, natural, but for us the main things it's how to reduce the consumption of energy. If you reduce the consumption of energy, of course you will have an impact of environment, but you can manage, because we have different tools today, and we can manage also the cost. When you implement a new system with different type of refrigerant, we can calculate also the cost of investment. Because, yes, during all the life of the equipment. And this is very key. Because when we choose something at one time, we need to take care about all the lifespan of equipment, and not just to check, okay, today it's okay, but what's happening in 10 years? So this is very key for us. So we developed an eco-efficiency model to optimize. But as we mentioned also, so we can monitor and we can manage all the refrigeration system with different tools today, like Matelex, okay, for the leak detection. But we have also a specific app in Europe that we are using just also to do the traceability of the product, okay, and to manage each system side by side for all the client. And as I mentioned before, so we propose different services, and the main services, you understand that it's okay, how to regenerate your product, how to reclaim it. We can build some filling station for refrigerant, particularly for a manufacturer. Okay, for this moment we switch, for example, to HFCs to HFO, and unfortunately HFOs, most of them are slightly flammable. So of course we need also to review the distribution of the refrigerant and to adapt consequently. So we can do it. We have a dedicated team for that. And most of things is to educate again. But this is very key for the future. That the people are very conscious that each kg of refrigerant that we can keep is better than 2. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
If you have any question.
Thank you.
Yes.
This in the United States, but my question is specific to R32.
We can't.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Great. So my question is specific to R32, since you spoke about both the cost as well as the doability, including cost for other things. I was wondering if you have some remarks on how easy or hard you found it with respect to other refrigerants. And the reason I ask this is because we are starting to hear from the reclaimers in the US that it might be slightly different from the other refrigerants, and would love to understand more.
Yes. Sorry, I'm laughing because you are with me on the MOB and OWG, and I'm always afraid when I heard that it's an issue. R22, it's very, very, very easy to reclaim it. It's an easier product to reclaim. But you have a selective collection. You have to have a selective collection. If you mixed R32 with R12, for example, it's not possible to reclaim easily. You have to separate the molecule. But if you have a selective collection, there is no issue. There is a cost for everything. It's not free. The cost difference on R22 and HFCs? It's the same. It's the same. We start with R32. 22, sorry.
Yes, it was a long time ago, but with the regulation, yeah, we did it. And we propose, we were also on European market, we propose so a dedicated labeling for R22, because for us it's R22T, and it's important. Why? Because when we reclaim a product, when we put it on the market, we would like absolutely to respect the RE standard of the refrigerant, to be sure that you will have the right commercial specification, and you will have the same performance in your system.
That's why I said on the presentation, there is no issue for blends, there is no issue for monosubstance refrigerant. Reclaim R22, reclaim 134A, reclaim R32, except flammability of the R32. It's the same job if there is no other substance. For HFOs, it's little different. It's possible. There is no issue for HFO, but it's a little bit different.
Thank you very much. I'm Ahmed, national consultant in NIDO in Egypt. I would like to reflect on the same question. We supplied equipment to our training centers in the country as part of our enabling activities of the HPMP, HCFC phase-out management plan in the country. And we trained some trainers on that. And some of the equipment that we purchased was labeled R32. So some of the recovery unit should be compatible, if I might say, with to recover flammable refrigerant. I think this was the question of my colleague, right? So not all of them are compatible with refrigerants.
It's correct. You don't use the same oil, R22, HFCs, and HFOs. HFCs are more or less the same.
Similar.
Yeah, but it's not exactly the same. So you have you have to use specific recovery machine without oil. No, it's existing.
Yes, you have equipment. It's oil-free.
Yeah.
And you can use it. Yes.
Yeah.
So you don't mix, and you will not
And
have
you
an
can
issue.
use.
Exactly.
It's very important because when you are using a compressor to pump the refrigerant in the equipment with oil, you add some other oil on the refrigerant, and you risk to have a non-compatible result at the end if you reuse the product without reclaiming.
Sorry, I think the main issue is the flammability issue. R32 is mildly flammable, A2L. So this is the issue, the flammability issue. This is what's the question, I think, right?
It's correct. You have to use some equipment adapt for a flammability product.
Yes.
It's correct.
No choice, and
Yeah.
it's
But
very important to do it.
One thing important, we speak about furnet gases. All the refrigerant have to be recovered, because when the refrigerant goes in the atmosphere, except the GWP, global warming impact, they never goes to the atmosphere alone. There is always oil. There is always other substance. So all the refrigerant, so-called natural, so-called synthetic, they have to be recovered. So to recover hydrocarbon, you have to use specific equipment for the flammability.
For the blend refrigerants like the zeotropes, like for R410A, for example, do you face a problem while recovering the reclamation concerning the fractionation, because it's blended? So sometimes the blend ratio differs.
So 4,4A is not azeotropic. It's very short. There is a little pinch, but there is no, how to say in English, decomposition of the mixture. It's very rarely that there is a problem of the component. If you have a good practice to recover, no mixed. But for 4,4,4, we recover since 2015. Maybe before. We reclaim it since 2015. 98% of the 4,4 could be reclaimed. 4,7, the same. And the new one, the new blends with HFOs, it's the same. If you recover with the good practice, there is no issue. There is no decomposition of the blends.
But first, we need to collect, and this is important for the future to do the.
Repeat because.
Yes, but I say first we need to collect. We need to educate for that, because if we don't have a collect, it will be also an issue for the future if you want to maintain existing equipment. This is key, and we know that it's better to maintain an equipment. It's more circular economy, but to implement a new one, you will win. If it's correctly maintained, you can continue to use it.
And I repeat, there is no issue to reclaim the blend. It's very important to understand it, because I'm working on since more than over 10 years to explain this. And all the discussion continue to say, with the blend it's not possible, we don't know how to do. It's wrong.
Yes, it's a balance. We need to balance, and yeah.
Sorry to come back again, but I have a question regarding the end of life of the refrigerant itself. Do you have, maybe I missed part of the presentation, but do you have some sort of arrangement, legislation in France to handle the end of life of the refrigerant? Do you inject it to the cement silos like you were mentioning? What is the current situation? How do you handle the end of life, the sludge at the end? And do you have regulations and standards in the country regarding this, European or French? Thank you.
No, in French, it's they are using plasma destruction, so it's not in the documentary. It's they are using plasma destruction, so it's different because the temperature it's more than 3,000 degrees. So yeah, so it's a flash destruction, but plasma destruction it's expensive, so it's not possible to have it everywhere. That's why one solution is to use chemistry. But it's a solution, but you have to adapt the chemistry to have the 2 seconds of post-combustion to be sure. You, he said me that he have another side event, but it was there. The last report of the MTOC was published last week, the 29th of November, and you have the specification on it. We signed this report also there. And you have the specification about for the destruction of the product. No, specification, not. The legislations, there is not really legislation in a lot of countries. In Europe, you have to follow the UNFCCC standard. In France, you have to secure also the PFAS. It's not everywhere, but for us, I explained before that when we found a partner, we want, at minimum, the UNFCCC standard. It's a security. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Olama. I'm from Egypt. I've got a question. It's a bit out of scope, but it has to do a lot with fluorinated refrigerant and how to deal with them. If I may, I'll ask. And if it is really out of scope, just tell me to shut up. I'll shut up. When we are retrofitting a chiller that uses HCFCs and try to retrofit it with HFC refrigerant, we tend to to sort of use synthetic refrigerant in order to get rid of the oil inside the chillers, the mineral oil inside the chillers, and then do a loop and then analyze the remaining oil in the cycle. And once it's lower than 5%, then I say it's okay. I can go ahead and do it, although I'm leaving possibly up to 5%. But I haven't found any other way to get rid of a mineral oil and substitute it with a synthetic oil while I'm retrofitting a chiller from HCFC to HFC or whatever, HFO. Do you know, it's a long question, do you know of a better way of doing that? Thank you.
With retrofitting HCFC to HFCs, it's true that oil is an issue. In a small part of equipment, it's possible to keep the oil, but you will have some issue with joint, les joints, the joints, because it's.
You will have an issue with the compatibility of the joint, you know. So if you change the joint, yes.
Yeah, but the speed of the gases is different, so you cannot have the good lubrication of the compressor, and it's a risk. There is a few quantity it's possible, but usually you have to take another oil more not fluency,
with another grade,
yes,
more solubility,
yes, thank you.
miscibility and solubility of the oils, to be sure that.
And the risk also, excuse me, the risk also, it's HFCs like more moisture than HCFCs, and moisture with oil is very, very bad because you make some acidity. That's also why we explain that when you make a retrofit, you have to change the oil to polyester, for example, to reduce the risk of acidity with the moisture.
And it's clear that the good practice, and when you do a retrofit, of course you change the oils, but it's better to clean your system. To clean the system before, and you can do it, okay?
The trouble with cleaning,
times.
yes, I understand. Thank you very much. The trouble with cleaning is that you have nooks and cranny where oil is there, and short of cutting into the whole chiller, there will always be some inside some oil there trapped somewhere. So, is there a limit whereby you say, this is good enough? How much percent, or is there not a limit that you are aware of?
I will know. I know.
5% is okay.
Yes.
I work on 5%. Is that okay?
So this is okay, but not
lovely.
more. I think that it's important.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Excuse
Thank
me,
you
I
for
didn't-
your attention. But I think that we have another site event just after. But thanks again to be present. And if you want to know more about energy efficiency, how to reduce the consumption of electricity, we organize another site event, so Sunday morning at 9:30. We need to wake up, but it will be interesting because it's a global offer to manage it, you know, and it's not at the beginning how to do the right choice of refrigerant, and that until the end to trade and to manage the waste. So you are welcome. Thank you.
Jacob said me that there is the next side event is cancelled. Donc,
oh, okay.
If you have some questions, it's open.
A big part of the net zero energy transition future that we're all here preparing for, pushing our governments to work for. For those of you who I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, I'm Shikhab Haseen. I'm a senior advisor to the UNEP Cool Coalition. I'm also an advisor to the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. On behalf of the COP28 presidency and Danfoss, I'd like to officially welcome you to this session where we will be talking a lot about district cooling. And I have to say that while I'm nearly nowhere close to being able to say that I know a lot about district cooling, what I have picked up on in following the work of many of the people who are actually joined on this panel today is that while as a technology it's proven its commercial viability without the right regulatory support necessarily, it's time to change that to really be able to push it to scale. And one way that we can perhaps think of doing that is by highlighting much more the co-benefits that arise out of district cooling. So we know that it's great for energy efficiency. We know it's great for energy and our utilities. But what we don't know is how great is it for providing cooling access to the most vulnerable people. How great is it when it comes to ROI? How great is it when it really comes to thinking about district cooling as a provider of jobs, a provider of growth to the economy, while remaining a provider of sustainability? And I think to be able to answer some of these questions, we need data, like better data, we need more communications to go out beyond just the PR of companies, and as a community really think about the fact that, are we ready for that mindset shift that talks about district cooling not in the space of just being a cooling opportunity, but really an opportunity to drive a transition towards net zero. And so while it's fairly easy for me to say things like this, I'm going to be posing questions of, where we are in this transition to our panel, and I'm very, very pleased to be introducing Mr. Jürgen Fischer, who is the president of Danfoss Climate Solutions. We have Antonio de Quecha, who is did I get that right? Okay, the Chief Operating Officer of Tabreed. And of course, we have with us Dr. Satish Kumar, who is the President of Alliance for an Energy Efficient Economy. And maybe what I'll do is we'll start with, because we have about 20 minutes for this session, so maybe what I'll do is I'll ask each of you to talk about your experiences in your particular domains and geographies, because I think between the three of you, you cover most district cooling applications that exist around the world. And so perhaps to hear first from Jürgen on Danfoss's experiences.
Yeah, nice to be here. We are, of course, slightly different. We are not building district cooling networks. We are a provider of technology. Components as well as control logic, artificial intelligence, and we're also providing the same for district heating. And there is actually not so much difference between district heating and cooling, just the water is cold, not hot. But else you have to produce it, and you have to bring it in the best way to the consumer, which is typically somebody sitting in a building, maybe in an apartment, maybe in an office space. And here I think the colleagues have slightly different roles here. When I got first to hear about district cooling, I thought that not many people know about it. And I've even been talking in Davos a couple of years ago to a CEO of a very big international utility company who didn't know that district cooling exists. and it was from a hotter country, not from Norway, right? So that was my first experience that there is not a lot of know-how about district cooling generally in the world, maybe here. Then I think, from my perspective, it is one of the best technologies to prevent our cooling energy to grow like hell by 2050, because it's much more efficient. You can argue, is it 30, 40% more efficient, but it's in that ballpark. It's not 5, it's not 80, but it's maybe somewhere in between, depending how you build it. So I think it's of utmost importance that we work in hotter climates, but also in middle climates, and you could even take the southern part of Germany to it, or France in the future, that we work on district cooling networks. And if it's not big district cooling networks, it's micro networks where you combine a couple of apartment buildings, new quarters being built in cities, and that is easy. What is more complicated is to rebuild and to refurbish, because many of these systems are already pretty old and they're not as efficient as they could be. But that's my intro to this topic.
Thanks, Shikha, and thanks, Andrea, for the invitation. I'm just going to build on some of the points that Jürgen made. So AEEE, we are a non-profit organization operating out of India. And India is like one of the markets where the need for cooling is very high. But there aren't a whole lot of examples of district cooling which we are trying to change. And as Shikha, you mentioned, we do have some plans in place. India Cooling Action Plan talks about district cooling. And especially, I feel that the application of district cooling, if it's a large development and if it's a hybrid development between, say, residential, commercial, retail, then the benefits that district cooling offers gets multiplied because you are also sort of like enhancing the utilization of the systems and the investments that you are making. So towards this, in terms of what are the roles and responsibilities and what can government do at the central government level or at the municipal government level, and you are really literally talking about a new utility. And I'm sure that Tabreed is going to talk about that because they have that experience. So how do you maintain the sanctity of long-term contracts where most of the end customers have to sort of plug into the existing network? And when you are doing it for the first time, then there are lots of questions because people are used to have their own cooling systems and they are uncomfortable in terms of what's the business model. I mean, how the tariff is going to be maintained. Are we going to be at the mercy of the provider, or government has to play a role? I think from a developer perspective, they are looking at how is the tax treatment going to get done, what will be, what kind of technology, what kind of refrigerant management, how are you going to manage the demand if the electricity consumption is going to get impacted. So there are, I think, a whole set of issues that need to be understood and answered. And I feel that's where I think some of our work is currently focused to address some of these information gaps or asymmetry and to build that kind of confidence among different stakeholders so that they feel comfortable. And some of the large mega projects where we feel district cooling is the right solution, they can start to look at this technology much more closely and then compare it against, say, like a central plant system where each building has its own central plant. So I think that is really important. The other piece that I would also like to highlight is that when you have a large cooling system, then you can start to integrate renewable solutions. I think in terms of like how electricity is going to power these solutions, as well as if you are going to use a ground source heat pump, or if you are going to use non-peak power to create ice slurry or like ice, which can also effectively manage the peak demand, which is a big issue in India and around the world. So some of these things need to be managed. And we have come out, I think, in partnership with the Government of India, Ministry of Power and Bureau of Energy Efficiency, of like how can district cooling be mainstreamed in India. And because it's a government publication, So I think it's getting distributed, and I think if people are becoming more and more aware, and it's an extension of the India Cooling Action Plan in terms of why these technologies are important and what kind of a role they can play. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I see a lot of people here, so I think district cooling is captivating the attention of more and more people, and thank you for being here. We, as Tabrid, the largest district cooling operator in all Middle East, we build and operate plants since 25 years, pioneering district cooling in the United Arab Emirates. So we have a long track experience with district cooling, with big developments of high density areas in cities. And this is where district cooling makes sense, because we know that building sector is is responsible for almost 40% of greenhouse gases emissions worldwide. We know that we need to decarbonize the building sector, and there are many technical solutions available. Of course, we need to use the technology that fits better with the environment where we operate. And district cooling is viable and is interesting where we have high density. So first of all, we need to understand where we use this technology. And then we need to make it, the business model should be understood. So it's not only awareness about district cooling itself, but also which business model we can use to make it effective in the countries where we operate. We see the business model that we use here in Middle East is different from the one that we can use in India, where we have to cover, for example, all the primary, secondary side inside the building. So it becomes something that needs to be understood and discussed with the customer from one side. Then we have the master developers. They need to also integrate this kind of infrastructure in their projects, because if district cooling is not conceived from, I mean, the new buildings and new areas are not built with intention to have the district cooling infrastructure in the development, it will be very challenging then to come back and start retrofitting the buildings and doing a lot of works to fit the infrastructure. So we need to think about district cooling as another utility. As we have water, as we have electricity, well, we should have the same kind of approach for district cooling. Also from the perspective of policymakers, regulators, etc. And I heard about Europe, and I've been working in Paris a long time. Paris, it's old city, as you all know, a lot of historical areas. But you know that Paris has a district cooling since almost 50 years. This district cooling is integrated in the city, and it's already integrated in a city that is already built. So it's not impossible, but it's different challenge. Here in UAE, we see a lot of new areas, new greenfield developments coming out from the ground. Some of them, they are smart enough to integrate district cooling from day one, and the master developers are doing it. If you go to Dubai downtown, in Dubai Mall, Dubai Opera, all this district was designed to have a district cooling. And if you don't do it, you cannot develop this kind of you cannot have this kind of developments, this kind of architectures. Because apart from the environmental benefits that we have explained now of higher efficiency, of avoiding release of refrigerants to the atmosphere, we need also to consider the architectural aspect. You cannot have a building like Burj Khalifa if you don't have the correct infrastructure to supply cooling to it. And the cooling in general, it's not a luxury anymore. And district cooling is not a luxury anymore. We can access developing countries in Southeast Asia, for example. I mean, we started in India, and we saw that district cooling can make sense. But we are also present in Egypt. We started operations in Egypt. We are exploring new markets in Southeast Asia, in developing countries like Vietnam, Thailand, etc. So again, it's a common effort that we can do from our side to explain how it works, to try to drive this forward. But also we need the support of all the other stakeholders and governments in particular to facilitate this way, to path the way for a more sustainable cooling in cities.
Thank you so much. And very interesting to note, right, where awareness, Jürgen, you mentioned awareness on district cooling is not there. I think I would go another step further and say I think awareness on cooling in general is not there, right? Like how critical it is to not just climate mitigation, but also climate adaptation and resilience, and how district cooling can very quickly actually emerge as a part of critical infrastructure. You know, if you really start thinking about the kind of benefits that it can lay out for communities and cities, your grid, so on and so forth. I'm conscious of the time, and I do want to open the floor up to our audience as well. So I'm going to do a really quick round with the three of you. And in 30 seconds or less, I'd really like to hear from the three of you that when it comes to, you know, we're at COP28, where governments are here discussing how do we get to 1.5. From each of your perspectives, when it comes to district cooling and your role in that ecosystem, what is the kind of output that you would hope for, you know, at the end of this conference? Maybe I'll start with you, and we go that way.
I mean, we had already nice, beautiful news coming from this events in the COP28, and one of the most important is that countries understood that energy efficiency is key to reach the challenging target of keeping the temperature rise below 1.5, which we failed so far. And they already highlighted that energy efficiency efforts has to double by from now to 2030, from 2% annually to 4% annually. Well, district cooling is energy efficiency. Let's use it, and because it's here, it's part of the solution, and it should be implemented.
So I think in the spirit of COP, I feel that the public sector, the private sector, and the civil society organizations, they need to come together and do their part to create more awareness and to develop, I think, an ecosystem which would allow, I think India, we talk about that there is the built-up area is going to double in the next 20 years. So that will offer a lot of opportunity for district cooling installations. So how can we actually have more of pharmacy projects, more like large infrastructure projects that are coming up, which can start to have district cooling as the cooling technology.
And I would wish that district energy, including district heating where it's colder, is becoming mandatory in new build. And new build is not only total cities, it's also 50 buildings, 20 buildings, 30 buildings. Why would you go for an individual solution? It makes zero sense, not from a scope 3 emission perspective. All the equipment, district energy is also district cooling, much more saving scope 3 upstream, meaning the material you use for it. And later on, when we have enough renewable energy to change over from the energy system, it is very easy, as you say, right? Then you take out some kind of equipment and you take in a more relevant equipment, which you can never do once you have installed 5,000 individual air conditioners.
Thank you for that. And I think with my United Nations hat on, you know, as the sister organization of the UNFCCC and working at UNEP, I would also submit, you know, to the three of you as practitioners in this ecosystem, and I see a lot of them in this room here today. You know, it's kind of historic, at least for us as a community, that we're seeing cooling being mainstreamed. You know, in an hour and a half, we're going to see the launch of the Global Cooling Pledge happen, which from latest count that I'm aware of earlier this morning, more than 60 countries have committed to join that. So I think it's also time that all of us, regardless of what role we're playing in the ecosystem, also find a way of then giving that support to these governments who are interested, you know, in mainstreaming cooling as a part of their net zero commitments going forward. I'll pause here and check if anyone in the audience has, yes, questions. Do we have another mic, or should I pass this one around?
Hi, thank you very much. Thomas from Atmosphere. I have two questions for the panelists. So the first one is in terms of when you deploy a district heating or cooling system, according to your experience, is it easier in new build or if you have already an infrastructure that you have to upgrade to a district cooling, maybe with a heat pump? And the second one for Tabreed. I've read your report and I think you're working with water as a refrigerant. Can you maybe share a few insights about that? How is it going? Thank you.
Yes. My name is Dr. Olama. I'm from Egypt. My question is to Tabreed in particular, but it's three of you possibly also. Since 2016, there hasn't been really enough emphasis on where district cooling is going in the world. The last study was the study of Booz and Allen on unlocking the potential of district cooling in GCC country. Since then, 3 years ago, a study was made by the World Bank on which of the biggest 15 countries that are interested in district cooling, which are the 5 that are most likely to have a boom in district cooling. But all those studies are not really very indicative of where things are going. In 15 years ago, when the area around the Gulf had 500,000 tons of cooling, it was larger than what is installed in the United States. But since then, figures are very muddled and there is no clear definition. Are we going into the traditional mechanical vapor compression system for district cooling? Are we going to not-in-kind cooling? And I wonder if you have any figures on where the boom is going to happen. Is it Saudi Arabia, or is it in Egypt, or is it where? I'll be grateful if you tell me about it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Would you like to start? Since
I start, and my colleagues, of course, will add more information. First of all, is it easier to do in a new building on greenfield or retrofitting? Of course, it's easier in new buildings because the infrastructure has to be created, so you can integrate it at the same time for the transport, the pipes that are used for transport of the chilled water, and in the building itself. If the building is not designed to be connected to district cooling, major civil works are needed in the envelope of the building to allocate space for the pipes that are transporting inside the building the chilled water. This from the technical perspective. Then I don't talk about capex, etc. But keep in mind, life cycle cost, it's the key. People that are investing at this moment and they don't take into account the lifespan of a building, they are missing something. The second question was about refrigerants. We are working with different research institutes on the use of low GWP refrigerants in our fleet. And of course, water is one of them. You will discover more when this will be disclosed to the market. And on the studies where we go with district cooling, of course, it's a different, you have different penetration of district cooling in different regions. As you correctly mentioned, Middle East is the region where we have the highest penetration, especially in UAE, where district cooling is 25% of the cooling demand. But it's not the same everywhere else, and access to data is very difficult. You can have access to data when you have public listed entities like Tabreed, but when you don't have this information, it's very difficult to understand where each private company is going. What we know, when district cooling becomes a regulated activities, the regulator is in charge also of publishing figures and updating on the market penetration of district cooling. We know also that to reach net zero by 2050, all countries have to make a big effort satisfying cool demand through district cooling. So we see demand growing very highly in India, in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, in Egypt, etc. But if I have to advise you about where to find these figures, I would say it's for the moment very difficult to know.
Yeah, so I think I just want to add, like, of course, in the existing buildings, it's much harder. And sometimes it's also because if the existing buildings doesn't have the pipes and ducts that are going to be used by like a district cooling system, then it becomes a very, very intrusive process and almost ruling out, I think, any central system completely because no office owner or like a residential customer will allow that. I do want to comment on, I think, some of the numbers related to what is the potential. So maybe I think if for district cooling, it's not there, but I think there are many studies in different parts of the world where what is going to be the cooling demand is going to be, I think, is coming out through cooling action plans and other things. So in India, there's a forecast that our cooling demand could be 200 gigawatts in another 15 years' time, equivalent. I think if you are looking at 1 kilowatt per ton, just an average number, then you can convert that. So I think, and definitely part of that is going to be catered by the district cooling system. Now it's more a matter of like what kind of development, what kind of greenfield projects, but there will be a suite of technology that will get deployed. So yeah, thanks.
I can agree with you. These are the countries where the music is playing at the moment. We are, as a global supplier to the industry, we don't see any substantial big movements elsewhere. Not in Asia, not in China, and not in the US. A little bit here and there, right, like in Paris or in Munich, but this is really homeopathic, unfortunately. And then one last point to retrofit. I think there is many systems which are pretty old, and the regulation of the flow of water inside the buildings is very manual. And there can be done a lot in the future to combine the optimal flow in the building based on the demand in a floor or in an apartment by smarter valves and pumps and intelligence, feeding that back to the district energy control system so they can also level their load depending on the demand, which is standard technology in heating today in Northern Europe, for example. If you go to Scandinavia, that is done really very, very well, and with savings up to 20% without changing any substantial equipment. And that can also be done at one point in time in district cooling.
Great, thank you very much for taking those questions, all three of you. And I think just as by way of, I don't think I need to sum up what you've said because you've been particularly clear about where we are, where we need to go, and what some of those gaps look like. I think just as a cooling community that is here at COP this year, my only submission would be that we do need to increasingly come together to try and mainstream cooling, mainstream sustainable cooling, and more than talking about the mitigation impacts of it, really look to what the development impacts of not having access to cooling look like and the benefits that the suite of technologies, including district cooling in particular, can play in getting us to a world that is able to avoid the 68% of cooling reduction that is possible, as UNEP's latest Global Cooling Watch report has announced, and several of you are authors and contributors to that. I think let's try and strike the iron where it's hot. We're in Dubai, the home ground for this technology. So let's keep talking, let's keep moving. Thank you very much, and a big round of applause for my panel, please. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Good to meet you again.
National Ozone Unit in cooperation with UNIDO arranged this side event about residential air conditioning, providing energy efficiency solution. And because I have a very limited time, I'm going to invite the presenter, and I ask them to be focused and to mind the time, because we have only half an hour for this side event. So our first speaker is Engineer Maro. Engineer Maro, she is R&D manager in Fresh company for air conditioning. So please, you have only 5 minutes to present experience in residential air conditioning and how this reflects the energy efficiency. Please.
Good evening. Thanks, Dr. Izzet. I will talk about the residential air conditioning in providing energy efficient solution. ده مش شغال؟ ده مش شغال؟ Not working؟ كده فات دقيقة من 5 دقايق، فسوري بقى مش يا جماعة ماشي التهريج ده. أنا عندي 5 دقايق بالظبط. أنا بعترض. Okay. So I will introduce myself. My name is Maro. I am R&D manager in Fresh company. My work experience as R&D from 2005 till now. Also, I will introduce my company profile. It's a Fresh Electric for home appliance. One of the major player in Egypt, driven by 35 years. And we have 28 factories. We export to 65 countries, and for the air conditioner factory, we produce split and light commercial like duct and freestand. I will talk in the solution of power saving energy efficiency in 3 main points. The transmission of GWB from high GWB to low GWB using R32 and SER new regulation, and the third one is using inverter. The technology of transmission of from high GWB to low GWB, we have a project in Egypt since 2016 as according to Montreal Protocol that offer us opportunity to improve the AC energy efficiency. We start this with Egypra program leading with Dr. Ala Ulama. And we are 5 Egyptian manufacturing, Al-Arabi, Fresh, Union Air, Power, and Miracle. And the Egypra result was introducing already the low GWB R32 and R454B. Also, we have a technical support from Dr. Omar Abdelaziz for the building capacity program, EGSM. Then we already make the implementation for the production line, that we replace the welding from cylinder to be ultrasonic welding machine. And also we have a new charging machine for R32, and 454B also can charge R410A. The last step in this project was a safety audit from UNIDO side. And now we make a trial batch for R32 product, and we have launched around 500 set in the store. This is the timeline for manufacturing low GWB by 2028. Can 100% of the product can offer to the local market. Why we have to use R32 gas? Because it's energy saving due to high efficiency. It's environment friendly and ozone protection and green effect and saving cost. The second point is SER, new Egyptian standard that Egypt now study to replace EER standard to be SER, but the standard is still under accreditation from the Egyptian ministry, and after that we will have, as a manufacturer, 1 year allowance to apply this and introduce to the local market. For EER, we test as at T1 as a cooling capacity divided by power consumption with this label. As a minimum level is 3.22, and for the inverter also is the main level, the lower level is 3.81. But for the SER we have a new label. It's SER is more advanced. It's with the lower level is 2.79 for fixed and 3.5 for the inverter. And also we have as a test for T3. It's more realistic, and we have a calculating sheet generated from ISO 16358. Why we have to apply SER in Egypt? Because it has a lot of benefits like energy efficiency, cost saving, and environmental benefit, and also its benefit in export market. The last point from my presentation that we, as an Egyptian manufacturing, plan to increase the inverter models, because now inverter models is 9% from the Egyptian market, and maybe in the next coming years we have to increase the quantity to introduce to the market R32 product plus SER plus inverter model. Thank you, I finished.
Thank you very much, Engineer Maro. And now I invite the second presenter, Dr. Sally, from the HBRC in Egypt. So please come.
Thank you, Dr. Aizat. Thank you, Maro. I'm happy to be with you, and thank you all for being here. And I'm glad to share one step towards the transformation of commercial air conditioning in Egypt. Our presentation is entitled Direct Indirect Evaporative Cooling. Oh, it's not working. Okay. Can you flip it? Would you please change the slide? Okay. This project is contracted in order to provide assessment for the Egyptian government for carrying in the HCFC phase-out management plan. The project goal is to assess the IEC technology, which is direct indirect evaporative cooling, through field testing. We had to assess the energy efficiency and the feasibility study of the units. Okay. Would you change the slide, please? Oh, okay. We will start with the testing strategy. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, we had to wait just for 2 minutes. We had a technical issue. Sorry. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's continue the testing strategy. Our project goal as I said before, is to assess IEC technology through field testing. But before we do that, we had to choose the climatic zone at which we should perform the tests, and what are the technical parameters that will help us to evaluate or assess the process. This is a map of Egypt. It's divided into 8 climatic zones, out of which 7 are suitable for performing the IEC technology. We choose climatic zone 2, representing capital Cairo, and zone 5, which represents the Red Sea coast. Zone 2 is characterized by its relatively high humidity, and zone 5 is characterized by its higher dry pulp temperature compared to zone 2. This is a schematic diagram of the unit setup. We had 6 OEMs participating in this project, and each OEM provided us with 2 units. One was the DX unit and the other was an IEC unit. Both units were fully fresh air and they had the same airflow rate. The parameters we had to measure are the total cooling capacity and the energy efficiency ratio. The measurements were done for 24 hours. The measurements are done for 24 hours on an hourly basis. Okay. Before we proceed with the technical analysis and the results with Professor Olama, I would like to talk about the psychrometric chart. It will help us to understand the processes that the air must go through before or to reach the comfortable zone. The schematic diagram, psychrometric chart, consists of vertical lines, which represents the dry pulp, and it increases from left to right. It also has diagonal lines. It represents the wet pulp temperature, and it also increases from left to right. And finally, there are curved lines representing the relative humidity. It starts at 100% at the top, and it goes downwards to 0. Now you can proceed with Professor Olma.
Thank you, Sally. This testing program is unique. Unique in the sense that instead of taking equipment prototype into a lab and seeing what is the efficiency, the ER, of the unit and the capacity, the overall capacity, refrigeration capacity of the unit, we decided to do the test in situ, in the site itself, into 2 places. Climatic zone number 2 in Egypt and climatic zone number 5. One is high humidity and lower dry bulb temperature, and the other is lower humidity and higher dry bulb temperature. And by doing so, we have proven that a direct-indirect evaporative cooling system is superior compared to a similar capacity DX unit, and eventually the net present value of the system, how much the system costs during its lifetime, is better than that of the DX unit. So in fact, we have proven that it's better to cool using a direct-indirect assisted evaporative cooling system instead of using a direct expansion unit. And this is important because if you do so, you are saving energy, which is the gist of the matter. Now, Ahmed. Okay. Now, to save time, غير انت Now, to save time, what we've done, we have tested 4 different OEM in different areas. And in each of those areas, we have tested both the EER and the refrigeration capacity of the unit. What we have done is, instead of using an evaporative cooling system, i.e. evaporating water in a stream, we have cooled the stream coming into the air conditioning room first through a cooling tower, which is on this side of the unit. And then the air that has been cooled, we have introduced a shower of water in it. So we cooled it further adiabatically. Adiabatically means on the psychometric chart, horizontally. So we cooled it first by evaporation, by sensible cooling, and then we cooled it adiabatically, which is on a horizontal line, and then we cooled it using a DX coil. So we've done 3 things. And by doing so, we have proven that the total energy that you supply to the units is less than an equivalent capacity unit using a direct expansion system altogether. Next one. Now, to make sure that we are comparing apple to apple, we make sure that both units being compared at the same time have the same quantity of air passing through it. Number 2, we make sure that the net present value, which is the value of the unit, the capital cost of unit, plus the operating cost of the unit added together and adjusted for time. Time that is the lifetime of the unit. So we made sure that the net present value of the units are calculated, take into consideration the cost of operation, and we compare this net value with that of a DX unit that is operating during the same time, the same capacity. And then in the end, we got a saving. This saving calculated by the number of years the unit is operating, so we get a break-even point. We know that although an IEC unit, IEC-H unit, direct indirect current hybrid, although it is more expensive than a DX unit, a direct expansion unit, it pays back through operating with a lower operating cost. And this net saving, calculated over how many times it is recuperated, will give us a break-even point. Now, I'm not going to go into psychometric very much. We don't have much time, but I'll go to the results straight away. If you look at this graph, it shows the orange line is the T ambient, the temperature at which, this is a sample of the result, the temperature at which the ambient is in climatic zone 5, which is lower humidity, higher dry bulb temperature. And those 2 lines at the bottom are the temperature coming out of the unit. One is an IEC-H unit, and the other one is the DX unit. And you'll find that both are almost the same. This means that both units can achieve almost 13 degrees C, which is the temperature of air you need to have to be able to air condition a certain space. Next one. Now, those are graphs, again, sample graphs for the ambient relative humidity in orange during the time we are doing the test. And you can see that it goes up as the day goes on. This is a 24-hour graph. And on the other hand, you see that the EER, which is the efficiency of the unit, the blue one is that of the IEC unit, the direct indirect evaporative cooling unit, is consistently higher than that of the DX unit, which proved my point, that it's a more efficient machine. Now, looking at the cooling capacity, again, it's a sample at climatic zone 5. You find that the cooling capacity, which is in blue, that of the IEC-H unit, compared to that of the cooling capacity of DX unit, the one of the IEC unit is consistently higher throughout the day. The orange is the relative humidity, which is an indication how the relative humidity affects the cooling capacity of the unit. As it increases, the cooling capacity decreases. Now, this is the inlet temperature of the unit compared to the temperature coming out of the unit at various ambient temperature for another climatic zone, which is climatic zone 2, which is a more humid zone nearer to Cairo. And you'll find again that the temperature of the air coming out of the unit is an air conditioning air between 10 and 15 or 14 degrees C, which is ideal temperature to cool a certain space. Now, again, at this second climatic zone 2, you'll find that the EER of the IEC unit is higher than that of the DX unit, which prove our point. Now, these are the wet bulb temperature and the out of the unit of the DX unit and the IEC unit, and both are very similar to each other. And then a graph for the cooling capacity, and you can see in it that the cooling capacity of the IEC unit is superior to that of the IEC unit. Finally, we have proven that the EER in this test that took us 3 years to do, we've proven that the EER of the IEC unit is superior to that of the DX unit. We have a financial analysis, a model made for each of the 4 manufacturers, and this financial model gives us the net present value and the break-even point. And then we are going to work this coming summer, 2024, for climatic zone 8, which is south of Egypt, which is the harshest climatic zone in Egypt. And then eventually, what we'll do a sort of guideline for a code of direct, indirect evaporative cooling. This is the time span we are going to work on. We finish a final report for climatic zone 2 and 5, and then we'll finish 8 this coming summer. Afterwards, we'll write the guideline for the IEC in Egypt for 8 climatic zone, and then out of it will come a code for IEC, and then we'll enforce this code in Egypt eventually. This is the future. We are going to work on the same subject in 2026 using liquid desiccant instead of using water, evaporating water, and using an IEC with a direct sort of coil in it. We are going to use liquid desiccant, but this is still in the drawing board. And this is how it works on the psychometric chart. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ala, and thanks all presenter. This testing result has been done in cooperation between the National Ozone Unit, UNIDO, and the House and Building Research Center in Cairo, and Eurovent as the international consultant. And I think we will continue this research maybe next year, and I hope that will have a good impact for energy efficiency and also for the climate. So now if I open the floor for 2 questions because we are limited time. Yes, please. And of course, the presenter will answer you, not me.
Sure. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. One question for you, Professor Olama. It was very technical as a presentation, so apologies if I got that completely wrong. But you basically said that an indirect system is more energy efficient than a direct system, right? Yes. And I was trying to understand, how do you transfer the heat? So what is the heat carrier that you use? Because at the last point you said the liquid desiccant, right? But in this system that you have, how do you transfer the heat? So you said adiabatic cooling. How do you transfer the heat? What is the heat carrier that you use?
On old Egyptian temple, you'll find the pharaoh sitting on a throne, and the guy with a big sort of fan going like this, and drips of water coming down. So the air to evaporate, it takes its latent heat from, the water to evaporate takes its latent heat from the air around it. So it cools the air. So this is a simple desert cooling. So we've got in our system a simple desert cooler, and we added to it another complication. We added to it the water itself that get cold because it is atomized, will go through a serpentine and will hit the air to start with. So it's cooled sensibly without the change of status. So this is sensible cooling. And then evaporation happened to the same stream adiabatically without taking any heat from outside. So we have a two system together. And we added a third way of cooling. After those two steps, we added a third step where a cooling coil, chilled water, DX, what have you, whatever is cheaper to have, will hit the air. So you can actually reach temperature at will. So you would imagine with 3 complications that the system will be more expensive, which it is. But eventually, because of those 3 complications, the amount of energy you are spending, when you compare the enthalpy, which is the energy expanded, when you compare it to the system that reaches the same degree temperature supply, is actually you are spending less money. So that's why it's more efficient. Because you got rid of 2 steps for cooling and you use water instead. You are paying for water. Water is dear whenever there is deserts, water is dear. But if you add the price of water at its most expensive, it's still cheaper to operate the system compared to a system that operate with electricity only. And this is the idea. Right. This system is semi-residential and commercial. It's not an industrial system as such, but it's in between. In Kuwait, for instance, and Saudi Arabia and parts of the Emirates, you'll find the houses are all cooled with a DX system, 10 tons to 15 ton unit. So this will replace this unit straight away. So this is why it's interesting. It's a system that can be applied in HAT country, in high ambient temperature country at will. In Kuwait, for instance, and Saudi Arabia, there are cities that have very low humidity in summer and still operate a 100% electric system, which makes the operation very expensive. But with the technology available in factories in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, in Egypt, and so on and so forth, then it's much easier and much more efficient to use this system. So we are going toward Montreal Protocol goals. One more, or that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
If no more question, we would like to thank you for coming to our event, and we hope to see much of you. And I thank the presenter, and I hope that we can continue the testing result, and we will reach better, I think, for climate and for the energy. So thank you, everyone, and please enjoy your time. Thank you.
Okay,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's 6 o'clock. We're right on schedule, and I'd like to welcome you to this side event here at the Montreal Protocol Pavilion. My name is Kevin Fay. I serve as Executive Director of the Global Food Cold Chain Council, an industry coalition formed in 2014, and working with a lot of partners, which you're about to hear about, on the Cool Move initiative, which we are officially launching today. And very excited about that. The Cool Move initiative, as you see, these are a lot of our collaboration partners. One of the things we talked about is it's about connecting the dots. There's a lot of activity, there's a lot of projects on cold chain, but there's not synergies, the kind of synergies necessary to gain great sustainable cold chain expansion across the globe. And that's what we're about, and we're about that for very important reasons. But you see that these partners are very much cross-cutting in terms of geography, very much cross-cutting in terms of financial interests and technical interests and academic interests, as well as representations from the UNEP family as well. And because a big part of what we're doing with the cold chain with Cool Move is trying to link up activities under the Montreal Protocol process to help achieve the successes on cold chain that we've achieved on so many other areas. Why Cool Move? The Cool Move is based on 5 interdependent pillars. Data gathering to provide baseline information on the status of cold chain on a national basis. Technology cooperation to help identify sustainable cold chain technology options in those nations and what would a sustainable cold chain look like. Business model development, practical cold chain business models for finance-worthy entities, and the goal is to build entities into finance-worthy entities. And to help grow and expand financial mechanisms, both public and private. Obviously, we think philanthropy has an important role here, but at some point, if we really want to achieve the benefits of sustainable cold chain expansion, it ultimately has to be supportable as well by the private sector and global finance system. And then ultimately as well, policy engagements with national governments, and around the world, and that's one of the things we're doing with the Montreal Protocol process, including consulting and education for small and medium enterprises who are in the space but still might need some assistance, bringing in academia for their expertise, and there's a lot of it out there and much more. And philanthropic contacts, working with key foundations such as IKEA Foundation and Bezos, and business consultation. Why are we doing that? Well, you've heard the story. Cold chain is a wonderful thing. Agriculture is a wonderful thing. It's the largest profession in the world. But 30 to 40% of the global food that we produce, we lose to food loss and waste. According to FAO, that's 4.4 billion tons of CO2 equivalent on an annual basis. Ranked by country, China, US, food loss and waste. That's a pretty big number. Sustainable cold chain can impact 40 to 50% of that amount. So there's a big opportunity there if we can reduce food loss and waste to reduce those greenhouse gas emissions. But there's also an opportunity there to create economic opportunity for small and medium enterprises. Energy and refrigeration technology choices are key. The Rome Declaration, the Montreal Protocol, talked about the need for, with the Kigali Amendment and the phase down of HFC refrigerants to identify low GWP and energy efficient opportunities. The choice of energy, the choice of renewable energy, very critical to achieving those environmental objectives. The programs also need to reach into that first mile of the agriculture system. We can't just be concentrated on big distribution centers or big processors. We've got to get down to the individual farmer to be able to get their product to market, to give them the economic opportunity and also to achieve those objectives. And ultimately, business models are needed to help drive finance mechanisms. There's not a shortage of money in this space. There is a shortage of business models, and there's a shortage of finance-worthy entities participating in it. So that's the Cool Move initiative that we're launching today. We're seeking to grow it and to get commitments from finance entities and philanthropy, governments, and we'll have a call to action for all of you. But in the meantime, I'd like to welcome first our two guest speakers for this. One, our first speaker, Jürgen Fischer, who's president of Danfoss Climate Systems. I'm proud to have Danfoss as a member of the Global Food Cold Chain Council, as a member of ACES as well, and a well-known company globally in terms of its commitment to sustainability. So, Jürgen Fischer, let me welcome you to the microphone.
So Kevin said a lot of what I was supposed to say here and what I wanted to say, but I don't want to bother you with repetition here now. I want to focus a bit more on the practical things. Yes, it's true, right? If food waste was a country, it would be now the third largest behind US and China, or China and the US, right? It's quite a lot. And I think we have always been very successful in a cooperation between the NGO sector, the public sector and governments where this happened. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen that often because it requires a lot of coordination. And there is very good examples, for example, from a Danfoss perspective. Many years ago, we had a nice project on banana farmers in India. You may remember that, where we could prove that we could reduce the loss of food significantly by just basic things of education, basic cooling, not down to minus, but only 7-8 degrees, which resulted in 10-20% more output for banana farmers in India. And there's many of these examples. Another one is that we have set up a training center for contractors and installers in Kenya as well as in Rwanda, where we are now in the future going to train together with partners. I think Carrier was also part of the Rwanda project as an example, training installers in order to educate the population in Africa, because it doesn't make a lot of sense if we do not educate the people in order to fix their problems on their own with our support. Right? And at a later stage, I think we also have to consider and think about producing components and things closer to the place, make it more regional, because today most of the components are coming from either Europe, US, or China, or India, or elsewhere. And long term, I think we also have to support and work on building an industry closer to the place where the equipment is being used. We are still some time away from that, in my opinion, but we should not completely forget about that. But I think it's a fantastic initiative, and we from Danfoss, as a founding member of GFCCC, are very happy to be here, and and thanks for allowing me to have this speech here. Thanks.
And next, I'd like to ask Liazette Rabiossi from the Ozone Secretariat. We wouldn't probably be here without the Montreal Protocol and all the lessons that we've learned from that. So it's a welcome, Leah, for you to join us and come on up and make a few remarks.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And as a host of this pavilion, can I recommend? Oh, and some relief for your ears. Yeah, so maybe before. Okay, so I would like to thank for inviting the Ozone Secretariat to participate in this event, which continues putting the importance of sustainable, accessible, and affordable cold chains into well-deserved spotlight. Since the launch of the Rome Declaration on Sustainable Cold Chains and the Montreal Protocol in 2019, we have had a number of fruitful collaborations and results in this area. Just last year at COP27, we launched the flagship joint publication between UNEP and Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations on sustainable cold chains. And some of our panelists, our colleague from Rabobank, was in that panel. This report explores how food cold chains development can become more sustainable and makes a series of important recommendations to that extent. The report also highlights the important role of the Montreal Protocol in making cold chains more sustainable, widespread, and accessible. During the launch event, there was a great discussion that highlighted a multidimensional nature of cold chains with the potential to deliver multiple benefits in terms of food security and safety, food loss and waste prevention, as well as the reduction of environmental impacts through deployment of more sustainable technologies. During the launch event, everyone highlighted at the same time the complexity of addressing cold chains as a sector because it involves diverse set of subsectors, actors that all have a stake in this process and barriers on the way for achieving this goal of sustainable, available, and accessible cold chains. The message of the report and from that discussion is in order to avoid singular focus on technologies and their expansion and realize multiple benefits of cold chains, governments and other cold chain stakeholders need to take a holistic systems approach. For such focus to work, we need a strong coordination and cooperation among actors at all stages of the cold chain. And the good news that we have a number of many initiatives and tools that are already looking into this. And this tool that will be demonstrated in this event is one of them. So that the freezer that you've seen at the beginning, at the entrance to the pavilion, that runs on propane, R290, energy efficient, and stores very delicious ice cream, becomes more available and more widespread also across the world. I would like to thank Kevin for this opportunity and wish you a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. And yes, I'd like to encourage that ice cream freezer is a key link in the cold chain. So anyway, we hope you all get some after the session. With that, I'd like to ask Richard Swanell from the organization WRAP to join us. He's going to moderate our panel. And so, Richard, if you want to come on up and we'll get going.
Thank you very much indeed, Kevin. That's very kind of you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Just this is one particular area close to my heart. We've already heard that a third of all the food that we throw away, that we actually produce, is thrown away every single year. We know the greenhouse gases associated with that are like the same. Actually, if it was a country, we'd actually have the same greenhouse gas emissions as, what am I saying? And I've said this 150 times. So let me start that again and say, if food waste was a country, it would be the third biggest emitter on the planet, behind China and the US. And the other thing, just to give you an example here, you need an area the size of China to grow the food that we throw away every single year. So this is a really important topic, and it's really good to hear about the launch of Cool Move. And what I'd like to do is invite up a panel to talk to you a little bit more detail about this and to discuss the event with you. So first of all, it's my pleasure. Can I introduce Bishal Thapa, Senior Director at CLASP India, who brings 22 years of global experience working with a wide range of public and private sector partners across energy, climate, energy efficiency, environment and sustainability. Thank you very much indeed, Bishal. That's great to have you on the panel. Secondly, can I ask Dr. Satish Kumar, who serves as the President and Executive Director for the Alliance for an Energy Efficient Economy. Prior to AEEE, he was Energy Efficiency Ambassador and led the energy management business at Schneider Electric in India, a scientist at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, and chief party for the USAID-supported Bilateral Energy Efficiency Technical Assistance Program, ECO-III project. Welcome. Thank you very much, Satish, to have you joining. Also, I'd like to introduce Lika Verhofstadt from Rabobank, who is responsible for strategic relations in the global food and energy networks of Rabobank, where she focuses on a combination of the networks and business acceleration for a number of strategic food waste topics, being protecting and restoring nature and reducing food loss and waste. Thank you, Lika. And finally, but no means least, Judith Evans from ACES, a director for refrigeration development and testing and professor from the London South Bank University. Next to this, she's a fellow of the Institute of Refrigeration and UK International Representative to the International Institute of Refrigeration. What a panel. Great to have you. Thank you very much for joining us. I wonder if I could just start by asking each of you, and I'll start with Judith. Can I just ask each of you, What do you think of projects like Cool Move, and what do you think they can achieve?
No, it sounds. Is this working actually?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I think it sounds a fantastic move. I think it's great to bring different groups together in the way that's being proposed. It's fantastic that ACES is part of the Cool Move, and we very much support it. And I think there's lots of collaboration. Dan Foss, already partners and supporters in ACES. So, there's a lot of collaboration already going on, and I think this is only just going to make it even better. So, great, I think.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And Lika.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I let me start. I work for a bank, which is a cooperative bank, and that means that we like to collaborate. And in that sense, I'm really happy with initiatives like the Cool Move, because I'm a big believer of coalitions and collaboration to actually make the transition. So, and if you see all the partners listed on the slide that Kevin showed, from all different kind of expertise, from all different kind of angles, I think that's very, very valuable. And I really hope that that will accelerate even more. So that's why I think it's very important.
Excellent. Thank you, and Satish.
Yeah, thanks. So first of all, I think we would like AEEE to be there. So I think that tells us about, I think, and as Kevin was going through policy, technology, financing, data, business models, I was thinking that this looks like what we do in India. So I think it's a very similar in terms of, I think, the role that AEEE plays. And I would very much like that the model that we use, which is working with the public sector, the private sector, and the civil society organizations, something like you mentioned about Rabobank. So it's a very similar structure, I think, in terms of the governance structure and the way we work. And cold chain has emerged as sort of like the largest vertical inside AEEE. I think we started to work like about 6 years ago when we got involved with the development of the India Cooling Action Plan. And I think and since then, I think our portfolio has kept increasing. And we think that some of the work that we do has a lot of implications and ramifications for, especially for global South countries. And we can make a good contribution there. Thank you.
Excellent. And finally, yes. Michelle.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. I think, first of all, congratulations on the launch of this Cool Move initiative. I think it's a great idea, and on behalf of class, but we're definitely, full weight behind this and endorse the idea. I'm also I'm providing voice for energy efficiency for access, and efficiency for access is itself a consortium of 20 different development partners, agencies working in this segment. And so definitely, I think, within cold chain, we pretty much realize that it's only as strong as the weakest link. So it's essential as we try to put any solutions forward. I think what we're realizing on the ground is that somebody else tells us something else is broken. So by the time we go fix that. So I think everybody needs to show up and be united, and it's exciting that you're able to bring this, and I think we need to definitely try to find the way to operationalize it.
And that's the key bit, the operationalising bit. Do you want to just say a little bit more about that? What do you think in terms of the key issues around operationalising it?
We've approached it in two ways. One is through efficiency for access. We focused a lot on the technology side and approaching it through two different segments. One is on the off-grid side, with efficiency for access is focused on. So we've run our off-grid cold chain challenges that has led to the commercialization of certain technologies. We've provided them also the kind of technical support they need in order to be able to raise funding. So one of our partners, for instance, EcoZen, has already raised 25 million towards that, Series C funding. At the same time, we are now beginning to supplement that work with thinking about cold chain also from an on-grid dimension. And I know in some countries the line between on-grid and off-grid is blurring a little bit, right? So we are asking the questions, how can we support the development of standards that allow these technologies to be more bankable, to be more operational? And so we're working with government agencies to look at could we support the development of standards and labeling program around energy efficient equipment that is now going to be used in cold chains, such as the compressors, for example. We're looking at potentially standards for walk-in cold room, and we're looking at how to integrate large cold storages within India's industrial efficiency scheme, which is known as Perform, Achieve and Trade.
Yeah.
So the idea that we're trying to do is approach it in from that angle, look at can we try to support the development of standards and methods that make these technologies a bit more bankable, provide you the quality assurance that you need, and so in effect make it easier to finance. That's one way. I mean, there's many other ways, and other panelists I'm sure will talk about other ways, but that's one way that we are trying to approach this problem.
Excellent. Excellent. And I wonder if I could ask Satish, I mean, you talked a little bit about the importance of this for the Global South, and I just wonder if you could just talk us through the barriers to the uptake of this type of technology in driving the cool chain through in your experience.
Yeah, so I just want to compliment, I think, what Vishal said, and we collaborate very closely with CLASP for the cold chain work in India in terms of like setting up standards and other things. So, so I think I'll start from there. That a lot of like cold chain appliances and equipment, there are a lot of solutions that are out there, but there aren't like standards and codes that govern the energy performance, or I think how do you plug into the renewable energy system to either create like a renewable powered or a hybrid mode systems that are there. And of course, there is a lot of information asymmetry as well, a lot of like where the need is. So when we did the needs assessment in terms of, and we have particularly focused on horticultural products, fruits and vegetables, India grows about 340 million metric tons of like fruits and vegetables, and out of that 20% doesn't even reach the kitchen. So I think the food loss component is about close to, I think, 50 million metric tons that we are talking about. So so we feel that I think a cold chain has a very, very important role to play. But when you talk about awareness about what kind of technology, at what temperatures you need to maintain, what humidity you need to maintain. So there is, I think, a lot of work to be done there. Also, of course, access to financing is an issue. But I also feel that I think when you look at Department of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, have a lot of subsidy schemes for creation of greenfield infrastructure, or sometimes retrofitting of the cold storages that Vishal talked about. But very few amount actually gets utilized, and sometimes there are no like energy efficiency or renewable energy requirements that are part of that subsidy disbursement schemes that are going to be there. So I think a part of the thing is that if you make those standards come under Bureau of Energy Efficiency, then the chances of those schemes actually start to use some of these standards, I think, get much higher. And I think these are like some of the projects that we are working on. The other piece that I would just like to highlight, that while a lot of work can be done on the large cold chain infrastructure, the pack houses and the reefer vans and the ripening chambers and the controlled access rooms, in India, because the produce is also sold into local like vegetable and fruits markets, which may be within like a 5 to 10 mile radius. So having like this decentralized like small cold room infrastructure right at the farm gate would actually allow the farmers to benefit. And there are like farmer producers organizations and cooperatives which are getting formed by the government, and they become the client for receiving the subsidies or the technical assistance. So I think a lot of work, I think, in that fashion is happening. But clearly, I think more needs to happen. We need like more organizations that can reach out. We are working in 3 states, but it looks like it's a drop in the bucket. And I think the need is far too greater for, I think, only a few organizations to meet. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And if I can ask Lika, I mean, given what we just heard in those 2 examples, just the sheer scale of the problem and also the complexity of dealing with it, how from the banking perspective do you feel the Cool Move can help actually drive change?
From a banking perspective, when we started to talk about the Cool Move initiative. We were actually talking, well, it was actually because Rabobank and IKEA Foundation launched a blended finance facility in India. And based on that, we were thinking, okay, how can we scale this? How can we also bring this to Africa, for example? But when we were looking at Africa and deep diving into the topic, we actually realized and saw that there is enough money out there, actually. We don't need necessarily to build funds because there is money. The real problem is that the funds, they stick with their money because there's no bankable projects. There's no pipeline. So that's why we started to talk about business models, data, government engagement, to actually create the ideal enabling environment for entrepreneurs to entrepreneur and for investors to invest. And that financing piece is actually the last piece. So we need to first get the data right. Then we need to get the business models right. We need the matching policies, we need the technology right, and then you can finance. And certainly when it comes to private sector finance, the business model is the basis. Without a business model, there won't be one bank that would step in. So that's why I think the Cool Move initiative, and by working together and create these business models, we can help accelerate integration of cold chain in these perishable value chains.
Fantastic, that's really interesting. And Judith, I wonder if you would like to just comment in terms of your experiences and how that, in terms of driving the cool chain, and how that's been interacts with what the other panelists have said in this particular area. How do we get maximum uptake?
Sure, I'd like to really follow on very much from what Lika said as well. You know, you were talking about very much about having an enabling environment, which is very much what we're trying to create at ACES, which, by the way, is in Africa and in India as well. And I agree, it's about the business model. So, you know, that's what we're doing as well in terms of training people, to be able to train other people. And, you know, part of that training is to create a business model. Yeah. Because, you know, basically you need a convincing argument to go to a bank to be able to get the money. And you need to think through all the options, you know, why you want to call something, how much of it you're going to call, when you're going to call it, are you going to use it all year round, do you need to perhaps produce some other products to fill in the gaps, you know, will the products be compatible, yes. You know, how much is it going to cost to operate? You know, there's a capex versus an opex problem in developing countries, in that they're ripe for using renewable energies, but it costs a bit more up front. So you need to be thinking about how that business model is going to work for you, whether you're going to work with other people and collaborate, for example. So we're very much all about creating that training for people so that they can create those business models. And we very much hope that if somebody comes to, you know, Rabobank, for example, with an ACES approved business model, you know, that's going to have more credibility, you know, than a business model that somebody's thrown together in their back room, you know, over, you know, an hour last night. So, you know, they will have actually thought through all the implications and actually made it a viable proposition. Otherwise, other things that we're doing as well, which is supporting some of the things you were talking about, testing and developing equipment. We're installing test rooms at ACES, a lot of equipment that's new to the market, to be able to test it and to actually say it does what it says on the can. Because one of the issues currently is there's equipment that gets dumped in Africa, for example. It's not necessarily the best equipment. You're nodding as well, so I imagine the same thing happens in India. Wow. And, you know, that's just not the right thing to do. We should be, you know, giving people the best equipment that's available, that's sustainable and environmental. It's got low GWP refrigerants, for example. And so, but there is a need for facilities to be able to test and basically say it does what it says it should. Because at the moment, you know, my view is that there's a lot of equipment out there, but not all of it's tested. Sorry, I'm not sure if I answered your question. I
I
was
think you-
answering
I think you
everybody
answered
else's
it-
question,
I
sorry.
actually think you answered it really brilliant. Now, just say some more about this dumping. That's a new experience. I mean, I noticed that the panel were nodding at that point.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I just wonder if you could say some more about that. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I
What
mean,
caused
it's it's basically an opportunity for some companies to keep on selling equipment that either couldn't be sold in Europe, for example. So for example, in Europe there's restrictions on GWP of refrigerants, whereas in Africa that's very much down the road because they're Article 5. So, companies can go on making stuff with quite high GWP refrigerants and still be exporting them into African countries. Although some African countries have picked up with this and banned, imports of, goods with high GWP refrigerants, for example. But it's also dumping less efficient equipment as well. From a company's point of view, if you want to keep your production line going, why not keep it going and sell the goods that are less efficient into a developing country, because it costs a lot to build a new production line. So there's a lot of dumping that does occur apparently, and other people are nodding and maybe have got a lot of evidence on this as well, but it's really not how we should be supporting people, in my view anyway, in low income countries. We should be trying to support them to provide sustainable long-term options that are right for them.
Okay, come back, Lika.
I quickly want to add to that, because we indeed see that happening, but what we also see happening is that when like a facility, whether it works or not, whether it's good or not, is being granted to an SME or a cooperative or whoever, but because it's granted, nobody feels really responsible, and therefore it creates a lot of white elephants because it's not utilized, because there's no business model behind it. There are a lot of cold storage facilities out there that are unused because nobody feels responsible.
Can I just add very quickly?
Yeah,
I don't want to hog
yeah.
the panel, but I was going to say I just wanted to very much agree with you. But it's often as well because they're not completely fit for purpose, because people haven't gone through this training and knowledge generation, looking at the business model. It's often because they don't have pre-cooling. There's a whole load of cold stores that have been put in by large organisations. Partly they're in the wrong place and people don't have the training to run them and to service and maintain them, but it's also that there's no pre-cooling as well, and so people get disappointed because they're not able to cool the product. Temperatures go up day on day on day, and so product doesn't store as well, and it basically gives cooling a bad reputation to people, and it's just not done in the right way.
Yeah, so I just want to actually elaborate on a few things in terms of our experience. So first of all, I think the question that was asked about the business model, and I think what you also mentioned, is that we see that I think initially we saw our role as identifying the right technology, what temperature, what humidity, I think whether pre-cooling is required or not required, how big the infrastructure should be. And we went through a pretty elaborate exercise of doing that. And once that system was installed, we said, okay, we can get a pat on the back for that. But the moment it was installed, we started to realize that the Farmers Producers Cooperative, for which I think the system was installed, was not well equipped because they were not able to create the forward and the backward linkages to the market.
Wow.
So I think the point that is being raised that there are a lot of installations that are out there, and they become like a white elephant, and then people say that, oh, cold chain doesn't work because I think they have not been able to do that. And I feel that, so what we started to do is that we started to get involved with the business model. Like in India, there are lots of festivals, and in different festivals, there are different requirements for different fruits and vegetables. So if you do your homework, and if you know that at what rate, I think you are selling some of these horticultural produce, and if you can actually collect some intelligence and be there for the long haul, then you can start to have a much better business model. But there should be people who can do accounting, who can know how much input is coming, how much output is going. And I think these are the kind of issues and challenges that need to be addressed. Because if you just install and walk away, then I think we are not going to have this thing. The other piece that I would mention, that in the state of Bihar, there are 2 large pack houses that has been developed by the government using government money, and they are trying to find an operator to run that on a profitable basis, and there are very few takers who will run it. So I think that again reinforces this point that developing the infrastructure is just not good enough. I think you need capable people. And there is a business entrepreneur here, he's in the green zone. I introduced him to Kevin, who is kind of working on banana. He has transformed the market in Patna with banana, because he has done the like this ripening chamber, and he is giving the money on credit to the vendors, hundreds of vendors who are selling these banana, I think on carts and everything. And he said that I have to give, I think, sell bananas on credit, because if they don't actually are able to sell, then my business model will fail. So my success resides in their success, and I think how they do. So I think there are lots of these kind of examples, and I feel that entrepreneurs and business models and technology financing, they all need to go together, I think, for some of these things.
Yeah. Go ahead. I was going to say the complexity is quite
no,
extraordinary.
I just wanted to add further to that, but before I go there, I just want to quickly divert towards the discussion you brought up on dumping. Just 2 days ago, I was here talking about a study on dumping. So just as an example, 75% of all ACs that are sold in the Southeast Asian markets, right? So that's about 7 million ACs that are sold, would not meet the energy efficiency standards of the exporting countries, which is primarily China, right? So there's a huge, and 2 years ago, so this was a study that was just launched. I invite you to look at it in class. It was very strong data. And 2 years ago, the similar study was done in Africa to look at ACs and found that obsolete ACs with obsolete refrigerants were being dumped there. And so it's a very, very pertinent problem. So I just wanted to highlight that problem that many economies face. Just to supplement what Satish and others have also said in terms of the business model. So I think the point that Satish made and the model that he's talking about is, I think, one way that everybody's continuing to move forward, explore. We've also been working to look at what type of business model. We find certain evidence where projects are successful, but somehow they don't coalesce into business models. So they stay as nice projects. Every time you want to do a case study, you end up there. But it's like, it doesn't become financeable. So one of the things that we've been trying to identify is, could we find structures that allow us to de-link technology from business risk and financial risk. So the way that we've tried to experiment is to look at what is called an aggregation model, where you have an on-field player who understands the credit risk of the borrower, right? But doesn't really understand the technology, and so is able to give credit to that party because they understand the person's business. And then second, you have an upstream aggregator that then on-lends to some of these on-ground financiers and provides both the technology and finance combined, so they don't have to take the technology risk. And we feel that this is one mechanism through this aggregated structure that will allow much more flows, right? Because investors like Robobank and others, the transaction cost of doing each small is very, very difficult. It's impossible, right? So you got to find this person or this entity as big who can do 20 of these or 100 of these, and then you got some scale in which the transaction cost may be overcome. And I think we're trying to experiment with this. So we started working with one entity in India, but also have begun to look at a small finance bank that is looking at this model that we're piloting out in Kerala, looking at this aggregation structure. And I think we got to continue to explore this. This may be one. There might be many others, like Satish doing, other players are doing. And I think part of the objective of a coalition like this is, let's bring that evidence, because there's not going to be one solution, that's for sure.
Just very quickly, because we are in the Montreal Protocol Pavilion, so I just wanted to mention that the refrigerant piece, So I know that we ran like a procurement process for a small, like 10 metric ton cold room on farm gate. And the preference was for a 410A solution by the entity that was buying. And when we asked that, why are you doing this? He said, because my local repair person has access to that refrigerant. If I don't have, I think, access to a propane or something, then this thing will go unrepaired for a long period of time. So I think these are kind of like the market nuances and the dynamics sometimes when we are coming top down that, hey, we need to do refrigerant transition. And I think that's what needs to happen. But downstream, I think what is happening and what are the reasons, I think, why a particular technology or refrigerant is selected. I just wanted to bring that up.
Excellent, excellent. Judith, you wanted to add something?
I just going to concur also with your views on refrigerants as well. I think it's a common issue. We've seen that it's very difficult to get low GWP refrigerants. I know in India we found the same, and same in Africa, which is why training centres are really important, and bringing people in for training on low GWP refrigerants. Which is one of the things we're doing at ACES as well. What I did want to say, or was going to mention, is one of the issues we've also found as well with developing cold chain is that if you go to a farmer and you tell them all about refrigeration, they say, sounds absolutely fantastic. How do I get one? It sounds great. But then it sort of stalls because they don't know how much extra money they might get for their food. They don't know anything about the finances. They don't exactly know what they want. So one of the initiatives that we're going to put out there is called Try Before You Buy. So it's actually a mobile pre-cooler and cold room which communities can actually have free for 2 or 3 months. And they can test it and put food through it, take it to market, and see whether they do get a little bit extra money, for their food. Does it give them better flexibility? Are they able to go to a more distant market where they get more money, for example? Or do they just get more money at their local market? So they can actually test it and to a certain extent find out how it might work for them and whether cooling is actually going to give them benefits. And so then from that you can start creating a real business model, which then says, I am going to get, 5% more for my food because it's chilled. And this is the business model behind it. So we're trialling that very soon. So very much hoping that it's going to have a positive impact.
Thank you, Judith. And that's really that try before you buy. I think it's a great idea. And I just wonder if I can now just bring in the audience. I've got a question for you, actually, since I've been asking the panel a question for a while. And I want to, it's all around the business model. To attract cold chain expansion in emerging markets, one would rather attract private sector funders based on business models than grants. Now I'm going to repeat the question. If you agree, I want you to put your hand up. And if you disagree, just sit on your hands, okay? So I'll repeat the question. To accelerate cold chain expansion in emerging markets, one would rather attract private sector funders based on business models than grants. All those who agree, arms in the air, please. Oh, so this is interesting. This is interesting. Ah, okay. So can I just ask you?
Yeah, I actually want to ask a very similar question.
Go for it.
Great business models, it's the most practical thing, standards, yes. But when you're talking about the most marginalized community, that's the group that needs the support the most. We're talking about small, farmers which say constitutes the maximum number of population, off-grid locations. Do you really think the business model is going to work over there? Or if yes, what percentage do you feel would be a business model? What percentage would be? That's what I want to ask is, have you done any study or maybe some?
Yeah, very fair question. Very, very fair question. Sorry. I agree that for the smallholder farmers or communities that are like subsistence farmers, a business model is not going to work. I've been working for Rabo Foundation for 10 years, trust me. I've seen them and I know that like a plot of 1 hectare is not going to be profitable. never. Let alone investments in cold chain. So I fully agree on that part. What we believe within the Cool Move initiative is that we have to attract SMEs with entrepreneurial spirits that in the end help these subsistence farmers. So the subsistence farmer does not have to have that business model. It's the SME that needs to have the business model. And for me, that's essential, because if you want to create rural development, you need to have these SMEs, because they also provide jobs, they provide alternatives even for subsistence farmers. So if I'm talking about business models, for me, that's mainly business models of SMEs. That in the end will, accelerate the rural development.
Would anybody else like to comment? Oh, yeah, Judith. Okay, straight away.
I think also there's a role for collaborations and bringing smaller farmers together. But if you're a small farmer with one cow, and you use all the milk yourself, or you sell it to your neighbours, cooling really isn't going to be a huge level of benefit for you, probably. But if somebody helps you improve the health of your cows, your breeding of your cows, and you start then having some excess milk and working with other people in the same situation, might actually work, or working with an SME who's put in a milk chiller, for example, and give you just a little bit extra money that then means that you can then invest in even slightly better breeding and maybe an even better cow that produces 2 or 3 times the milk that your other cow produced. So it is all about working together, I think.
And one small addition, you will get one small addition, is a business model and market. So I think you said it before, if there's not a buyer, then you don't have to cool it. It's useless. So the utilization rate of a cold storage facility is extremely important for the business model, but also for banks to see, to get the right data there to see that it is profitable. So market is extremely important.
Yeah, I think I'm going to cheat a little bit in the sense that I'm just going to broaden the definition of business model to say that it can also include certain kinds of incentives. And I think part of the challenges that we see with subsidy is, its ability to target where it's needed. It's the disincentives it somehow to create, and the disproportionate effect it has on the system in terms of reducing entrepreneurship and all of the negative aspects, which is honestly intended to prevent, but just the system is so stacked that it's very hard to get around those perverse impacts, and so it's hard to distill that out. But I think support is needed. But where I want to agree with Leica is that I think it's important to understand where in the supply chain the incentive is needed. And perhaps for me, if I look at the structure, the emphasis should shift from supporting projects to maybe supporting enterprises. How do we incentivize enterprises? Perhaps you can give the same subsidy as something that guarantees risk, covers part of the risk. It allows them to differentiate certain risks, give some kind of technology insurance. I think those are the types of instruments that may help, because we need an emergence of enterprises, not just projects.
Yeah.
Right? And I think, but where I feel it's important to be able to recognize that we need public intervention, whether it's philanthropic, whether it's government, whether it's some kind of really cheap debt. But where in the supply chain we do it, and with the least perverse impact of those incentives.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I completely endorse, I think, the point that Bishal is making, and I'll give this example of Indian subsidy scheme for development of cold storages. And India, I think if you look at India Cooling Action Plan, it's the cold storages, large cold storages, but single commodity, largely potatoes, where India is self-sufficient. If you look at pack houses, reefer vans, ripening chambers, India has like 5 to 10% of what the actual need is. So I think there is and the reason the cold storages came about was government put a lot of subsidy money, and the people who got attracted were interested in capitalizing on subsidy rather than running an efficient like business enterprise. So I think the point, and they used the least efficient technology, the bunker fin coil. I think that doesn't work very well, and other thing. And I think so. How do you take, I think, some of these really old and inefficient and try to retrofit them with like more better insulation, I think, in terms of the envelope, and better controls and better technology and refrigerant. So that is, I think, and you don't, so my, I think, submission is that if philanthropic money can be used to demonstrate some pilot projects, which will unlock, I think, the private sector capital to go and do the large scale retrofit by looking at enterprises and others. That would be a good model, I think. So
this is exactly what we are trying to do. We're talking to IKEA Foundation, to Bezos Foundation, to see how we can unlock that private sector money by, investing in the very first part of the development of that SME. So I can only fully agree with what has been said.
Likewise, I wanted to agree, but I think it's really important to have examples of good technology that people can go and see. People can touch it, feel it, talk to people who use it, and get real feedback. There's nothing more valuable than, if somebody you trust says, that's a good piece of equipment, you're going to trust them and think that. But one thing I also wanted to just add as another point is, government should actually consider cold chain, both food and pharma, as critical infrastructure, and they don't at the moment. You have countries in Africa that have 25% import taxes on refrigeration equipment. This is crazy. They may be getting their 25% as it passes the border, but think of the benefits they're going to get for their people and the country from putting in cold chains and actually reducing those taxes. So there's something political as well that has to come into the agenda, I think, as well.
And considering we're throwing away a third of all the food we produce on the planet, that idea that it's not seen as critical infrastructure is really interesting, isn't it? Because it sounds to me like it should be critical infrastructure.
It's absolutely crazy because, that 30% figure, it can be incredibly high. We've seen much higher figures in some cases. I know on average 30%, but, sometimes, in some areas where they don't have refrigeration, you can have the majority of the crop just stays on the field because it's no point in harvesting it.
Yeah, personal experience in Africa. I was speaking to a farmer there, and she'd lost 80% of her mango crop. 80% because of no cool chain.
We had figures of 85% as well from mango farmers in Kenya.
Yeah.
So I'm always a bit nervous about talking about the figure because people don't always believe you, but I'm glad you said it as well because
I could see. I mean, bluntly, I could see the tears in her eyes while she's having invested all that time and effort in those mangoes, and then only be able to sell 15%. I mean, it's just extraordinary. So just alerting the panel to the fact I'm going to ask you shortly for your one takeaway message, just to get so you're all ready for that. But what I did want to ask is one final question. This is for you, Lika, particularly, is if you wanted to be a partner like RAP, for example, the Waste and Resources Action Program, might well want to be a partner in this. How do you go about getting to become a partner?
Oh, well, our call to action is actually to crowd in more partners. So, everybody is welcome, and I'm going to make the bridge to your last question. For me, what was again and again and again, for me, what sticks is collaboration.
Yeah.
When it comes to financing, we as private sector have to collaborate with philanthropics, organizations, but also governments. So we also have to look at how are the subsidies maybe even repurposed or whatever. So collaboration, again, is key for me. So if REP wants to be a partner, you're very much welcome if you can bring a certain expertise to the purpose of the Cool Move initiative.
Thank you, and that goes to everybody in this room.
Definitely.
Thank you very much. Great. So I just would like just to finish up then, just to sort of get your final thoughts, and I think I'm going to start with Bishal at that end, and just say for the audience and for us, what is your takeaway message from this session?
My takeaway message is really, I think, we can solve the problem. We can collaborate, we can create some of this, but the people that are going to solve this problem are really the entrepreneurs who are going to figure out how to make this business work. So how can we all collaborate and essentially create an army of entrepreneurs that have their own sort of twists and turns and innovative business plans, that they'll figure out how to sort of take care of some of these issues and challenges, and what can we do to support that ecosystem of entrepreneurs, and what can we bring to the table to support them.
Excellent, thank you. And Satish?
Yeah, so I think collaboration, of course, is, I think, key there, so I'm not going to elaborate. But I would go one step downstream from what Bishal said. India has about 86 million smallholder farmers, less than an acre of land. And how are you going to actually bring them mainstream and benefit from the cold chain technology? And I'm sure, I think if you go to Africa and others, I mean, the problem is of a very similar nature. So how do you use this collaborative platform to collect data, I think compile case studies, the business models, and sort of share it, which will start to turn the tide, because I think that's the need of the hour.
Yeah, and that's really key, the scale of which we got to do this. That's really important. Lika, your final thoughts?
Yeah, again, I said collaboration, actually. I already made my point. So I think I'm going to leave it, and I'm fully endorsing what has been said here.
Yeah, perfect. And Judith?
I agree wholeheartedly with everything you've said, but just to add some other points. Can I have two?
You can have two.
One of which, make cold chain critical infrastructure. Raise its importance, and because I very much work on the technical side, design it well, design it sustainably, design it to be energy efficient.
Perfect. That's excellent. And so can I just say thank you very much indeed to all of you for the panel. I really, really appreciate it. Can we just thank them in the traditional way? And it's now my pleasure to hand over the concluding remarks, of course, to Kevin. Over to you, Kevin.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you, the panelists. I was saying, well, this couldn't have been. It's not like we planned this, and the conversation turned out exactly as we would have hoped, from a standpoint of trying to build a collaborative initiative. And that's exactly what we've learned in the last few years as we've gotten involved in this, is that there's so much knowledge, and everybody's trying to reinvent the wheel in their own little space. And so the whole call to action here is, you saw the list of the current partners. These are all current partners, and we want more, and we want the finance mechanisms to come in and join us as well. But so we're still in the formative stages. But the fact of the matter is what we learned is a couple of things. First of all, a project is not a cold chain, okay? And this is all about a cold chain, enterprises, and a system. And there are various ways of plugging into that system. We're intending this to be what we've called a transition hub. And we want everybody's expertise to come into this, so that information can go back out, and the learnings that we are all gathering become shared by everybody. And that's the importance of why we want more partners to come in and collaborate with us on this. It's a very critical but well-founded effort, and one that's got a long way to go for much success. I'd like to thank all of our panelists. Richard, I'd like to thank you for an excellent job leading our opening speakers, Jürgen Fischer and Leah Rabiosi. But again, we couldn't have done this without the examples of things like the Montreal Protocol and collaboration, and the ability of governments, industry, academia, and NGOs to come together to address these kinds of issues and develop solutions. So consider that to be a call to action. The Cool Move is launched, and we're looking forward to years and years of tremendous success. So
Yeah.
thank everybody.
Thank you.
Landscape, right? Landscape. Richard, landscape.
Landscape. You heard that discussion.
Thank you.
Richard was worried that there wouldn't be enough conversation.
Yeah.